It played behind each other.
Okay.
It shouldn't have did it.
I just want to make sure I wasn't hearing things.
Got the magic touch today.
Yes, sir. Guess who is mostly physically back, ladies and gentlemen? I said mostly physically back. Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Friday edition of the Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. I am sure that the great one has missed all of you as much as all of you have missed him. His triumphant return to the radio airwaves. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all say hello and welcome back to the great Malonzo.
You know how you can prove that you've been sick? Who in their right mind misses an entire week and comes back on Friday?
That is a choice.
Yeah.
That is a choice.
I mean, we've had other employees in the past. Oh, I'm going to take all my sick days. Guaranteed they weren't sick. Actually, I know they weren't. I've been near death for the entire week, but I'm here today.
Sure is. And while you may not be glad to be here, we're glad you are here. So welcome back, buddy.
I'm glad to be alive.
I believe that.
So, there's that.
How verge of death were you? Very, kinda, a little bit?
Not like the last time I was sick when I was in the hospital. No, I went through like probably 8 boxes of tissues in a couple days.
Was this the changing of the season? My car is now yellow type of sick?
Yeah, that's what it is. But, according to the nurse practitioner, I'm a smoker. And I was very angry about that. I have a problem with judgmental doctors who think they know everything, or nurse practitioners when they don't. And then she wanted to tell me that I'm about to stroke out. So there's that too, because my blood pressure is up really high, and I know why it's high because of the weight. And then she wanted to explain to me how I was wrong about how I go about losing weight, and I wondered why I was there. But I'm the guy who never goes to the doctor unless he's forced to go, because I don't like sitting for an hour and a half to be seen for like 3 minutes and then moved on. It's ridiculous. There's got to be a way to streamline the process to where an actual sick person doesn't have to sit around a bunch of other sick people waiting for that long period of time just to be seen for a couple minutes. And here's the thing. What are they doing in between time? So if it only takes them a couple minutes to diagnose, is the golf simulator in the back? What's going on? Because if you look at it relative to how much time you're there and how much time they spend with the average time they spend with someone who's sick. If you look around, I looked around and everyone basically had the same thing. You can tell everyone's coughing and sneezing. And so if everyone has the same thing and you're taking a couple minutes, what are you doing in between times? Paperwork? You're not the only one in the building. It's very annoying. And you would think after all these, actually, back in my day, when you went to the small doctor's office, it's all by itself, like one doctor in there, maybe had a secretary. The one doctor.
Wait. Are you not going to drop the old man back in my day music on yourself?
No, because that.
Because yours makes sense.
No, because I'm barely functioning.
Oh, got it. Okay,
yeah,
checks out.
Not.
Fair enough.
And Dr. Zelensky back in the day, whose fingers were as cold as death. That dude, you were in, you were out, couldn't understand what he was saying, but the medicine he gave you, it worked. You didn't have to wait for stinking 3 hours for a 3-minute diagnosis.
I
should have went teledoc, but they don't give doctors excuses. At least I don't think they do.
Lonzo needed a note.
The medicine.
I want you to know I talked to the.
Medicine's kind of working, but I've only been taking it for a day. So,
The boss came into the office because Zoe texted us late Sunday night and was like, gents, I'm not coming in tomorrow. And Lonzo and I headbutt a lot, but we also have a lot in common. One of the things is if we call out, we're brink of death, right? Like I've come in here and pushed through mild colds and migraines and sprained ankles and whatnot. If we call out, it's bad. And so it's the same way. So I was like, all right, yep, nope, it's not great for the great one. And then on either Tuesday or Wednesday. After the show, I was in the Fortress of Nerditude by my lonesome, getting some work done, and the big boss down the hall comes in, and he goes, "Yeah, I just talked to Lonzo. He's out tomorrow." And I said, "Yeah, I figured I'd hear from him when he's coming back." And he goes, "Yeah, he sounds like crap." And I was like, "Well, I mean, okay. That's what it's going to take for him not to show up and play like a champion today." So I'm not shocked by that. When the boss described you as, and for the record, he didn't say crap, but when he describes you as sounding like crap, and the boss is going, "Oh, I think you could push through it," like, it's bad.
No, he suggested I stay home after talking to me because something didn't get done because I'm sick and no one else did the thing. So, and everybody was gone who could have done the thing. So even though I was sick and could barely see my computer screen, I still jumped on and did the thing because I'm me. But,
El Campeón. Play like a champion today. All right, we have got a lot to get into on the Friday. Got to get down on Friday edition of the radio program. We had some news from the Carolina Panthers yesterday. They have cut former South Carolina Gamecock Jadaveon Clowney. He is out after one season in Carolina. The Rock Hill, South Carolina native ended the season last year with 5 sacks, despite having 9.5 sacks the year before that, but was going to accumulate quite a bit of salary cap this year.
That wasn't entirely his fault because Derek went down. They traded their best defensive player, and he was like it.
I don't disagree.
So, I mean, what I'm saying is he got more attention than he would have on the defense when he originally came in.
I don't disagree. I would also say $17.775 million against the cap. 5 sacks in it.
Is he done?
No, somebody will pick him up. He'll probably end up with a defense that has he'll probably get partnered up. You know where I think would be, I don't know if they've got the money for it. I got to look into their salary cap situation, but I would put him like on Detroit across from Aiden Hutchinson, right? Like I'd put him opposite a guy like Aiden Hutchinson. I'd go find a team that has an elite pass rusher on one side and definitely not that on the other.
We're not sure about Aiden Hutchinson because him coming back from major injury. I keep seeing those videos. He looks like he's not ready. I think that's sarcasm because, yeah, he's limping a little bit, but I mean, looks fine to me.
Well, remember, like in the postseason run last year, there were folks in Detroit, and granted, they may have been operating out of optimism, but there were a lot of folks who believed that if the Lions made the Super Bowl, Hutch could have played. Maybe not gone out there and played every snap, but could have maybe gone out there in obvious passing situations. I don't know how much of I haven't seen said videos yet, so I don't know if he's got a limp or what, or if it's
they're out there. He's got a long white sleeve on his leg, and he's running and doing drills. He looks fine. There's a little bit of a hitch, but there's probably always going to be when you have a major leg injury.
Yeah, it was a gruesome injury.
You're always going to limp a little bit.
Gruesome injury. So, but as far as Jadaveon Clowney goes, that putting him opposite.
Take him in Kansas City. I mean,
I bet you would.
Yeah,
I bet you would. There's going to be a lot of teams that could look at a guy like Jadaveon Clowney and go, we can pair him up. We can put him opposite somebody on the other side that is a dominant pass rusher for the exact reason you talked about a minute ago, which is let's not create a world where they know which side, whatever side that one guy's on. Hey, running back, just be the extra blocker on the other side, right? Like you've got to pay attention because while this guy on the other side maybe isn't as elite as an Aiden Hutchinson, he can still wreck your quarterback if he is unaccounted for. So I don't, if Jadaveon wants to play another season, I suspect there's going to be a team out there that's going to give it to him. That being said, the reason Carolina made the cut, and I don't even think it really has a ton to do. I mean, obviously it does have something to do with 5 sacks, but I think it's more about $17.775 million in cap space coming off the book. Jadaveon's cap space by itself pays for your entire draft class.
I get that. So if you're a Panther fan, you couldn't look at it negatively and go, okay, yeah, 5 sacks. And we're getting rid of that. That's still pretty good. So we're making our defense worse. A defense that was already bad, we're making worse.
No, it's 5 sacks. Like it's a good number, but it's not $17.75 million worth of good. Like, this is one of those spots there that as a fan, you have to understand the business side is in roster construction as important as the football side. Like, no, you don't want to lose 5.5 sacks. That's a healthy number of sacks on the season.
Right. What position did he play? Was he playing defensive end?
Edge rusher, yeah.
Okay, so according to AI, the average number of sacks for a defensive end in the NFL is 1.5 to 2 sacks per game.
Again, not saying he's not a good defensive end.
That's per game, and that sounds wrong.
Not
No one's.
That's
2 sacks.
Yeah, that's 17 plus sacks a season.
AI.
Yeah, that's not right.
Let's go to stat news. There we go.
I would 5.5 sacks is a fine number. It is not $18 million worth of sacks. And when you are in a spot where you've got this entire rookie class you've got to pay for, you've got Pat Jones, who you just signed to a $20 million deal right before the draft. That's your big free agent pickup. You're probably not done. I could see Carolina looking potentially down the line at more trade possibilities, more acquisitions down the line. $17.5 million and your rookie class is paid for versus 5.5 sacks. When, remember, you also just drafted 2 edge rushers. And I'm not saying that Nick or Princely are going to work out as studs. I'm saying you're playing the law of averages that one of them can be a 5.5 sack guy. 5.5 is not game changing. I'm asking for less than half a sack a game. I'm asking for one time every other game, get a hand on a quarterback and slow them down enough that the linebackers get there for $17.75 million, and every rookie's paid for. Like, I saw some folks online that were kind of up in their feels that, this is a Gamecock native. This is a South Carolina kid. How could you? The audacity. How can you say one team, 2 states, and then cut a kid from the second state? And the answer is because at that level, they do not give a damn where you are from or where you played college ball. They don't. If he could have been born on the 50-yard line at Bank of America Stadium. 5.5 sacks is not getting you $18 million guaranteed when you've got Teneroa McMillan's contract that you're responsible for now. When you had the draft class that you had, when you had a free agent pickup in Pat, like, you've got too many guys that you've got to deal with. You've got too many guys that you've got to pay. So this story didn't shock me when it came out yesterday. I saw a lot of people reacting online, and I do think this was, for a lot of folks on social media, and I say this respectfully, but some of you aren't going to take it that way. This is what happens when college football fans bring their college football fandom to the NFL. It doesn't matter that he was a Gamecock or a Rock Hill, South Carolina native. What matters is amount of money you paid him per sack, and $18 million for 5.5 is not the answer.
Did they feel the same way on all the other teams he's been on? Because he's been on a ton of teams.
He has. And like the year before that, he had 9.5 sacks. I would go ahead and say he had 9.5 sacks, he's probably still on this team.
Yeah, look it up because he's been on. He's been on so many different teams.
Sure, and
he is. No, I'm not. What I'm saying was that anger there for all the other teams. He's been a really good player. Has he been a great player? Has he lived up to the expectations that he had after? Coming out of college with the hit on Michigan that will live forever. After we're all dead, that will be one of the hits that will be shown throughout football period.
He has been on 6 teams since he was drafted by Houston in 2014. So this would be his 11. If he's on 18 next year, his 11. He's had a 10-year career. Let's see here, 3-time Pro Bowler, 1-time second team All-Pro, So that's, I mean, not an extensive list of NFL awards. Played a year with Seattle. He was with the Texans from 2014 to 18. Spent a year with Seattle, a year with Tennessee, 2 with Cleveland, was with Baltimore, and then last year was with Carolina. 9.5 sacks. He's still on this team. 5.5 sacks. So a sack effect, less than a third of a sack per game is not getting you $18 million. Now, I don't know if they would have been willing to restructure him. I doubt it. And the other part of this that has to be considered, I doubt they would have been willing to renegotiate. And on top of that, I don't know how much less money he would have taken. What I do know for a fact is that all the way back before the draft, the Panthers were looking for a trade partner for Jadaveon Clowney, and nobody at least put anything on the table that made Carolina jump at it. And here's the thing. If you I have the working assumption that they knew we're either going to trade the guy or we're going to cut the guy. And if you're another NFL team, while you may be interested, if you know he is going to get cut and you know that there are not a ton of teams interested, you may be able to pay him less, and you may have to come off less resources to just let him get cut and open up the market.
And shorter contract.
Because there is I believe he was only on, he was only on a 2-year deal, I believe. So it maybe only would have been 1 year, but it's whatever you're going to sign him for as a free agent is likely what you were going to have to sign him for if you made the trade. But also, you'd have had to send, even if it was just a 7th rounder to Carolina, you'd have had to send a potential Marcus Colston, a potential Tom Brady over to Carolina to get a guy who produced 5.5 sacks as the number 1 lead edge rusher for the Panthers last year, right? So this news isn't shocking. I think the people who are shocked about it, and again, I say this respectfully, I think the people who are shocked about this are people who are allowing their garnet and black Gamecock love to shine through, going, oh, as a Gamecock, how the audacity. When you get to the NFL, nobody gives a good gosh darn about who you are, where you were born, or where you played your college ball. Can you help the team or not? And 5.5 sacks helps the team, but not to the tune of just shy of $20 million when you've got a rookie draft class. By the way, Jon Brooks is out for the season too. PUP list as he continues to rehab that second torn ACL that he had. I'm going to go ahead and say, unfortunately, while I was very excited about the draft pick of Jon Brooks, that career probably isn't going to take off, unfortunately. All right. We'll talk more about this later in the show. Got some NFL breakdown, continuing fallout from George Pickens being sent from Pittsburgh to Dallas. Scott Van Pelt had a very hot breakfast food take. We're going to get to that. You know why? Because it's Friday. Who the hell cares? Rob Lonzo's back. The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate, baby. Draymond Green said, the agenda to continue making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous. Draymond.
There's video.
You know, I'm watching I don't have the audio up, but I'm watching the video.
I watched the video.
Draymond,
listening to it.
You put your boot through a man's chest, bud. I know it's kind of an old story, but you did that.
I don't know what race has to do with it. He's just an angry man.
No, I mean, I'm not going to pretend that racism isn't a real thing. It is. But come on.
Unless he's heard someone call him that, why are you bringing that in there? You're just an angry dude. I mean.
Right. Sometimes it transcends that, buddy. You're curb stomping dudes. You're WWE finishering people. All right, be right back, guys. Stay right there.
UFBC HD3. There's just one more thing. And on your computer.
All right, good morning, you beautiful people on the stream.
One number does it all. 844-326-3663. That's 844-FAN-PHONE. This is the Rod Brown Show on the Fan.
So I have a genuine question for you. Since Lonzo's back and is feeling spectacular, this segment is for him. Lonzo, does the name Jim Fagan ring a bell for you for any reason? Is that name familiar?
Yeah, he had like a slow rock tune in the 70s.
I don't know.
That was Donald Fagan.
Yes. Jim Fagan was a longtime broadcaster on NBC Sports. He used to do the NBA on NBC. Jim Fagan retired many years ago, and then Jim Fagan in 2017 died.
Wow. I'm not feeling well, but I don't know why this has to do with me.
It's an AI story.
Oh, no.
Uh-huh. So Jim Fagan passed away in 2017. He was, if I recall off the top of my head correctly, 72 years of age. Had not done an NBA game in a few years, but was long considered one of the primary, chief, most prominent voices in National Basketball Association play-by-play. Well, it was announced a few days ago that Jim Fagan, who again is dead, which makes it, and I have not done the personal research on this, but being dead makes it very difficult to work. It makes it relatively tough to work. And as a radio guy, while I do not know because I have not done the research myself, I believe that being dead would make it relatively tough to cut promos, to cut commercials, to cut advertisement lines.
I don't know if you can vote. Why can't you work?
So it was announced a couple of days ago that the NBA on NBC was going to be making a couple of changes to their NBA coverage because we all know that NBC is getting a lot of basketball coverage back. One of the things that they are doing is they are bringing back, has been announced in a fantastic commercial, bringing back the John Tesh round ball rock, which is, I don't care what you say, a banger.
I have a John Tesh album, so you're not going to look at, I mean, I actually purchased a John Tesh album, which is pretty good.
Does it have round ball rock on it?
No, but it has a bunch of his compositions. Plus, he didn't write just that, and he actually had some hits with other singers singing along to his compositions. Him old, though, I don't know. He looks good, but it still bothers me.
Lonzo just said, him old, though. Yeah, it's on Spotify. Okay, I can't play it, but it's on Spotify.
Well, you kind of did a little bit.
Yeah, but like not enough to be in trouble.
The commercial does look good.
So they bring back John Tesh, and they bring back Round Ball Rock, which honestly, good. We can talk about like this the SEC on CBS theme that ran for years, and it's gone, and blah blah blah. I don't think there is a song that is more synonymous with its sport than okay, but they are not bringing back just Round Ball Rock. They are bringing back dead Jim Fagan. That, although short, is the voice of Jim Fagan, who passed away in 2017. Through a partnership with Fagan's family, NBC Sports will use AI voice synthesis technology to recreate Fagan's voice for select title sequences, show opens, and promos for its upcoming NBA coverage. This builds on NBC Universal's successful use of generative AI technology during the Olympic Games from Paris for Your Daily Olympic Recap on Peacock, which featured a recreation of legendary sports announcer Al Michaels' voice. The AI-generated voice of Fagan will supplement traditional voiceover work by other artists hired by NBC Sports.
See, there have been strikes that have gone on as far as voiceover actors for video games, actors for movies over things like this. And I know the family, you just said the family has given permission. My question is, why would they want to do that? I mean, you asked me and I didn't know who he was. How many people know who this guy was? And how many people go, oh, that's that guy's voice? Is it enough to put someone else out of a job? Because a live human who could make some money, make a name for themselves, maybe. It's some young up-and-comer. If you're going to have the NBA for a while, let someone grow with it. Find a good voice out there. They're everywhere. But instead, you have to go back in the archives and bring out a voice and use AI to make it. I don't understand the benefit, and I don't think the guy's famous enough for it to be impactful. Now, if it was James Earl Jones or someone like that, then maybe it makes an impact. But in this case, I don't know that it does.
I will say I listen to it, and I think it is not so much about, unlike with the James Earl Jones, who you hear the voice of. I'm not even going to try. I can't do it. You hear the voice of James Earl Jones, you know it's James Earl Jones. Like you know the man behind the voice. There are some voices that the person doing the speaking is more prominent, and then there are voices where the voice is prominent. It's just, we know the voice, and you may not know the person, but you know that I know that voice. That is Jim Fagan. In that, I heard that clip, and I'm like that's familiar to me from again way back in the day, but I wouldn't have known it's Jim Fagan. I think for NBC, again, I don't necessarily think it's about putting somebody out of a job or not paying a voiceover artist to do this thing so much as it is for year number one. Let's kind of lean back into the nostalgia of back when this used to be our product, back when the NBA was ours, back when the NBA on NBC was the NBA on NBC. It wasn't a TNT product. This was ours, and this is what it sounded like. It's kind of like when a local baseball club does a throwback night, right? Like we're going to wear our old jerseys and we're going to play our old music and we're going to play videos on the board that are commercials from back when our club was the Milwaukee Braves or whatever. I think it's kind of like that's what they're going for ultimately. And it just that like this is how they decided to do it.
And I think a lot of people who watch the NBA are going to go, oh, they got a new guy doing the voice. They're not going to go, oh, I know who that guy is. Because are those people, how long ago was it that NBC had the NBA?
Oh, a long time ago.
Right. Are those people still watching the NBA?
I mean,
are they still alive?
NBC lost the rights to broadcast NBA games entirely in 2002.
Okay, so it wasn't that long.
Yeah, I mean, it was like the 70s. And Jim Fagan was the voice of the NBA. Well, when I say the voice of, not necessarily like play-by-play, but just the commercial voice of the NBA on TV. Like we have a voice guy.
Like Don Pardo back in the day introducing Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
And he was replaced by the next guy. I don't know who the next guy
Like
is.
Ed McMahon introducing Johnny Carson. Ed McMahon was not the voice of the show.
Yeah, but he also was a personality on the show. So,
sure.
So he was someone who you saw.
Sure, but like not anywhere close to the prominent voice. I think it's the same thing. Like you want that recognizable featuring musical guests or whatever it is, right? Like you want that.
Sounded more like a ghost.
You well, that guy is, right? You want that prominent voice, but in this case, you also want to vibe to that nostalgia for just a couple of minutes. I don't know. It's interesting, and it just is a way for me to shoehorn an AI story because it's vaguely connected to sports. The guy whose voice you hear That guy's dead, and that's a computer.
Yeah, and that kind of voiceover, does that still work? I mean, it's still a little over the top radio voice guy. I mean,
But there's a reason we still use over the top voice guy literally on this radio station. Like, that type of voice is an attention grabber. That's why so many hosts, I can't do it because I can't commit to talk. I could do an entire sports talk radio show in this voice, buddy.
I'm sick. I couldn't find my button. And it's like in the corner by itself.
I could do the entire show in this voice, and I can tell you.
No, you couldn't. Because you're coughing just like I am. There's no way you could do that.
I'm gonna do the whole next segment in that voice.
Yeah, that'd be the one that the boss listens to in air checks.
Hey, dummy, why are you doing that? Because it's iconic, and it gets people to pay attention.
Does it?
They've been using voiceovers like this in broadcasting for literally thousands of years.
No, since what, 1934 or something? I don't know. I don't know when Marconi created the radio.
Well, they had a radio on the Titanic in 1912. So before that, I don't know why that came into my brain, but I'm also right. So who cares?
Are you sure
that there was a radio on the Titanic?
You mean a radio playing music?
No, I mean like the ability to communicate between
that's
ships.
Like
that's a radio.
Radio or whatever, two-way radio.
Okay, I didn't say specific type of radio.
You're right.
I just said they had a radio.
And neither did I. So you were right.
And if they had an ability to broadcast voice from ship to ship, then all somebody had to do was sing into it. Bango wango, you got music. Point here is, I find this interesting because I wonder if we get to a point in sports, because the one thing that AI has not been able to successfully replicate with this, the one thing that AI has not been able to successfully replicate is human emotion. And with sports, like, we love it for the drama. The drama evokes emotion. And
but just for the voiceover part right there, you don't really need that much.
Honestly, let me ask you this, because I almost set up the segment this way. Had I played that clip and not told you it was AI, do you think you would have picked that out?
No.
I don't think so either.
And here's the other, but it's because it's a voice I don't recognize. If it was a voice I recognize and I know they're dead, then that would be different.
Maybe. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, the voice sounded familiar. If you would have played that to me without telling me, hey, that guy died and it's AI, my reaction probably would have been like, oh, they got their old voice guy back. That's cool. Like, I don't know that I would have picked it out. The one reason I don't think AI is going to necessarily jump into sports like it is in other formats of radio right now is because it has not yet mastered replicating human emotion. When we come back on the Rob Brown Show, news around the National Hockey League. The Carolina Hurricanes give one back to the Washington Capitals. What went wrong? We'll talk Stanley Cup playoffs and more on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, Line. So,
hey, it kind of worked. It's better than like London or Alonzo.
Series against Wake Forest today. It's a large eight teams battling for the top five in the ACC. 7 teams are all in the mix, with 17-9. North Carolina leading the way. North Carolina beat NC State 8-1.
I sound more surly than normal. It's because I am.
For South Carolina baseball Thursday, they got pounded against number 8 Auburn 24-2.
Oh, coughing fit. Look, it's midnight. Oh, coughing fit. Look, it's 1 a.m. Oh, coughing fit. Look. What that medicine was supposed to work. It's 3 a.m.
I just sent you a DM.
The Carolina Panthers have released Jadaveon Clowney after one season. The release will save the Panthers close to $8 million in salary cap space. Download the Odyssey app, search the Fan Upstate, and listen anywhere on your phone. Chuck Sanders, that's the Sports Flash of the Fan Upstate.
That is so disturbing. It's not.
Oh, man, I laughed so hard.
A reminder that Harvest Festival begins today, and the road is closed downtown Greenville along Main Street and adjacent areas, including Broad and River Streets. You should plan an alternate route. From the News Talk 98.9 WORD Traffic Center, I'm Bill Brooks on the Fan Upstate.
All right, everybody else works, but Heyman is no.
That's why it's great.
Not great. He got a new poster.
You guys want to see something really dumb? So for my wedding, my drummer had my face on his bass drum.
Oh, cool. I
Was
guess.
cool. He came to my house last weekend to go see Bit Brigade. He brought me the sticker off the drum head.
Oh, dude, that's awesome.
He had this on the front of the bass drum that he played during the
Bring it up
reception.
some more so it can be seen.
Well, I'm trying to get it where it's unfolded. So it's just a big sticker of my face, and I 10,000% am hanging it somewhere on the background of this string. I don't know where on that wall it's going back there. Probably over in that corner somewhere. Look at this absolute piece of art.
You can put it behind me. I don't have a problem with it. I put it in some way where it would have to be moved a bunch.
I'm trying to get the daggum thing to stop holding up. But yeah, so he shows up to my house with this too. He's like, I brought you a present. And I was thinking it was going to be a poster or something. And I unrolled it and I'm like, oh, this is fantastic.
That was well done.
Oh, it's awesome.
Your guide to the Jadaveon, the maestro of the matchups and the keeper of all things cool in the sports world. This is the Ron Brown Show. Oh, yeah. What?
So things are going real bad for South Carolina baseball right now. Less than a week after they got beat at the house 22-3 by the Florida Gators, they went on the road and took on the Auburn War Eagle Tigers last night. Final score, 7-inning mercy rule game, 24-2 in favor of the Auburn War Eagle Tigers. It's bad. After the 22-3 game against Florida, and we talked a little bit about that game on Monday, and we had Lulu Keston on yesterday. We asked her about it. After that game, I was willing to say, look, Paul Mainieri is an iconic coach in the game, obviously had a number of very good years, won a natty for LSU down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The man's got history. The man's got legacy. It is what it is. Regime changes take time. Instituting a new culture takes time. All of this takes time. I don't know that it can be successful after this. And I don't know that it can be successful after this because I don't know, with as poorly as things are going right now for this ball club, I don't know that you won't experience a mass exodus of players after this year. Because it's not just that you are losing games, multiple games, by 20 runs. Yesterday, 22. This is a baseball game. That's a football score. A bad one. 24-2. A week after 23-2 against Florida last Saturday? Well, last Sunday. The Saturday game carried over. Not ideal. So I don't know what can be done here. Because one of the things that you're going to see are ball players who go, it's not getting better. Sure, regime changes take time. It takes time for a coach to step in, to change the culture, to change the locker room, to find the leaders, to institute his philosophies, to institute his style of ball. All of these things take some time. But what I do expect to see out of a first-year coach, whether that coach is iconic or whether that coach is a rook making his first season as the head coach. What I expect to see is consistency and improvement. And this is just not it. This team can't hit the ball. In the 7 innings yesterday, they had 5 hits on the game. Auburn had 20 hits in the game yesterday. South Carolina managed 5. They had pinch hitters coming in different spots. It just didn't matter. This team's terrible off the bump. Brandon Stone, 2 innings, 8 hits, 8 earned runs, 1 walk, 0 strikeouts. Ryder Guerrero, 1.1 innings, 4 hits, 5 runs, 2 of them earned, 1 walk. Tyler Pitzer, 1.1, 5 hits, 10 earned runs, 3 walks, 1 strikeout. Cooper Parks, 1.1 innings, 3 hits, 1 run. It earned 2 strikeouts. There's quite literally, and this is why I think you are going to find yourself in a rough situation. There is quite literally right now, and this comes from the most optimistic person you know, Rob Brown. I mean, it's just always sunshine and rainbows with me. The most optimistic person you know is looking at this team and saying, there's nothing. There's nothing to latch on to right now, right? If I'm going to say a regime change takes time, Paul Mainieri needs some time to instill the way that he wants this team to play into this team. You've at least got to show me that there is something happening right now. This is in less than a week, 2 20-run losses. And you stack that on top of the fact that this team is barely over 500 on the season. The SEC is the best baseball conference in America. You are 5-20 in conference. Even if it is the best conference in America, that's not good enough. I don't know what to say. Paul Mainieri has a $5 million buyout, which is understandable because you brought the guy in and said, all right, you've won a natty. You've done incredible things down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, as I have pointed out a number of times, as somebody who covered that school for a long time because of the fact that the Florida Panhandle is effectively Louisiana East. After Katrina, a lot of coon-asses moved from Southeast Louisiana down to Destin, Florida, and then stayed. LSU was probably the 3rd most popular college in the Florida Panhandle where I broadcasted. I covered that team a lot. I covered LSU quite a bit. Mainieri did great things at LSU, no doubt about it. But when he got hired by South Carolina, I told you all, my biggest fear about this is that you made a Muschamp hire on the baseball diamond. You made a Muschamp hire. And I guess it's better than a Muschamp hire in that at least Paul Mainieri had some success. And there's something to be said about that. Muschamp really didn't. But the one thing that was true is that Muschamp got let go from the University of Florida because he just wasn't good enough as the head coach. And you picked him up. Paul Mainieri got let go from LSU. Well, was allowed to leave LSU, but got let go from LSU because he just wasn't good enough. And much as I said, though I wasn't here at the time, I was down in Florida, and I talked about the hiring of Will Muschamp at South Carolina when I was in the Panhandle of Florida. And I said at the time, with all due respect to South Carolina, if you can't do it at Florida, In what world do you expect to be able to do it at South Carolina? Because, and this was obviously pre what Shane Beamer's done for this program, but Florida is repeatedly voted as one of the premier destinations for coaches in college football. The University of Florida is consistently ranked inside of the top 5 schools in America in terms of facilities, in terms of booster participation, in terms of finances. The resources in Gainesville, Florida, respectfully, are just better than they are in Columbia, South Carolina. So if a cat couldn't do it at the University of Florida, explain to me the logic behind thinking he's going to do it in Columbia, South Carolina. And I had the same vibe about Paul Mainieri. If he can't do it at LSU, a place where basketball ranks behind baseball in terms of love of the game from fans, Alex Box Stadium in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, is considered one of the best facilities in college baseball. The LSU fan base is all in on baseball. They love baseball. It is a pride and joy. I understand it is a passion for South Carolina. I understand that you lean on baseball at South Carolina. But as somebody who has experienced them both, remember, my entire family, with the exception of my immediate family, they're all LSU people. I grew up around LSU baseball. I've seen it firsthand. I've been to more games at Alex Box Stadium than I have been to at either of the two schools here. And I've been to more baseball games for Clemson and South Carolina than I have football games. The LSU fan base is all in on baseball. It has better resources, nicer facilities, and frankly and respectfully, better players. And Mainieri couldn't get it done there, so they walked. So then I brought up the reasons why. I do not know that Paul Mainieri, and I say this respectfully, but I do not know that Paul Mainieri, in his mid-60s, is going to be able to communicate successfully with 17, 18, 19-year-old kids in a way that's going to get them on board. That's not Mainieri's fault, but it is Mainieri's reality. And that's where you are. And so after you got hammered by Florida at your own house last weekend, understandably, Paul Mainieri started getting asked questions. Hey, man, are you going to check out? Are you done after a year here? And Paul Mainieri said, no, I'm not going anywhere. People came back and they said, oh, this guy's down. What do you think he's going to say? What do you think he's going to say? Yeah, you know what? Turns out I'm bad at this job, so I'm going to fire myself. Of course he has to say that he's going to stay because he's going to make South Carolina fire him. So he gets that $5 million severance package. Of course he is. We all would. But the reality of the situation here is what my concerns were at the time of the hiring. I think it may not be the primary reason. But my concerns when you hired Paul Mainieri have got to, at least in some part, I think, be considered accurate here. This baseball team has no cohesion, no chemistry. It has nothing right now. Your batting has not gotten better. Your pitching has not gotten better. Your base running has been pathetic. Like, there's nothing good about it. And the problem you're going to bump into here is you have a decision to make. Do we pay for our first-year head coach to leave this program, or do we suck it up and ride another year? Here's the problem. You can make the argument that year two will be better. Oh, Mainieri's going to have the opportunity to bring his players into the program. He's going to have the opportunity to bring his guys into the program. Mainieri coaching his guys and not holdovers from last year's team, the ones that stuck around, will give him an opportunity to be successful. Sure. But the gamble on that is You're saving $5 million. You're riding with the possible outcome that Paul Mainieri is going to be able to bring in some of his guys that are going to play his ball his way, and everything is going to be honky-dory, sunshine and rainbows next year. What if it's not? What if it's not? What if it is not about his guys? What if he's just not him anymore? What if it's not about his guys? What if he is just, as I said I was concerned about? What if he's just not in his mid-60s able to talk baseball with college-aged kids in a way that they get it, that they understand it, that they are going to comprehend it and then enact and execute it? Because that's kind of how it feels to me. If Paul Mainieri had it, you would see growth out of this team. Maybe it's slow. Maybe it's just a little bit better at a time. But you've gotten beat by 20 twice in a week. Twice in a week. And to two really good ball clubs. I'll be clear. The University of Florida is an Omaha threat. Auburn is an Omaha threat. They're ranked number 8 in the country right now. It's two really good teams. But man, you are 2 games over 500 with your your out of conference record included in that number. In Southeastern Conference play, best conference in college baseball, not arguing that it's not, you're 5-20. So if Mainieri doesn't get better, even after you give him the extra year to bring in his guys, to bring in guys that are going to play the game the way he wants it played, that are going to listen to him coach the way that he wants to coach, that are going to be loyal to him, whatever. If he brings those guys in, and the reality of the situation is he just ain't him anymore. The damage that will be done to a baseball program that South Carolina fans told me last year, we're close. We just need to find the guy that can lead the program, but we are close. The damage that will be done if you have another year like this year will be, I'm not going to use the word inescapable, but it will set you back years. It will take years to rehab the image of this program. And you will end up in a spot where your next coach will have to be a young, upcoming prospect anyway. So before you hit me with if you fire Paul Mainieri, Rob, who are you going to hire? I'm going to tell you this. If you don't move on from Paul Mainieri, your candidate pool is going to be the same. It's going to be the same. You're going to have to find a young upcoming prospect somewhere because nobody's going to want to be a part of the program if what happened this year happens again next year and resets everything. Texas said the Paul Mainieri experiment failed. It's time to fire him and his entire staff. The baseball team is a joke. That's from Dewey. Keith and TR said, I love my team, but watching this team makes my stomach hurt. Appreciate that, Keith. And Jacob said the best thing happening right now is Ray Tanner gone as AD. Yeah, what a walk-off pitch from Ray Tanner that this was his last hire, right? We'll talk more about this later in the show. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all send the good vibes, the positivity to Lonzo as he fights like a champion to deliver this sports flash.
Prepare for the low-key delivery of your life.
The NBA on NBC.
Just one NBA game last night. The Timberwolves overwhelmed the Warriors 117-93. Golden State was without Steph Curry as he rehabs a strained hamstring. Julius Randle led all scorers with 24. The series is now tied 1-1.
That's your NPR Sports Flash.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? The Carolina Hurricanes fell to the Capitals last night 3-1. Shane Gostisbehere scored the Canes' only goal in the third period while down 2, but Tom Wilson finished Carolina with an empty netter with a minute to play. The Atlanta Braves walked off the Reds in the 11th inning for a 5-4 win last night. Spencer Schwellenbach gave up 5 hits and 1 run in 6 innings. Atlanta had 10 hits, including Drake Baldwin's pinch hit RBI single in the 11th for the win. Wow, I did it. Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show and Water Cooler Cheat Sheet coming up right here on the Fan Upstate.
Tracking The Archery Festival begins today with a great coast along Main Street and adjacent areas of Broad and Main Street. You should plan lanes closed. Right now, the accidents are road work causing traffic delays through the Archery. 85 is a clear shot. 98.9 WORD Traffic Center. I'm Jon Brooks on the Fan, Upstate.
QC Kinetics provided amazing pain relief for a former professional baseball player, and you have access to the same life-changing treatments as retired Braves pitcher Jose Alvarez.
I put a lot of stress and strain and work on my right arm, but my right elbow took most of the damage with 3 surgeries.
Arthritis developed, and the pain was unbearable.
It wasn't just pain when I was trying to play sports. It was anytime I was moving the right elbow. It was pretty excruciating at times.
That's when Jose discovered QC Kinetics and the regenerative treatments that help the body heal itself, restoring damaged tissue and providing relief with no surgery or downtime. Jose's message to the medical professionals at QC Kinetics:
My elbow is feeling outstanding. Where were you 10 years ago, for crying out loud?
QC Kinetics is right here. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 864-448-3772. That's 864-448-3772. QC Kinetics, 864-448-3772.
This is the story of Clowney. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers.
Would you like a chocolate chip muffin?
Finding ways to reduce risks, to keep his safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products.
The sugar would be a bad idea.
Fair.
He can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER or just stop on Granger for the ones who get it done.
Find mom's best gift at Target. Now through Mother's Day, get up to 40% off gifts from her. Discover trendy apparel and swimwear that'll elevate any wardrobe. Jewelry that'll make her smile shine.
When I do my normal eat time and try to eat, I will be taking the cough medicine. Just letting you know.
Hurry! Save 20 to 40% on select apparel, jewelry, chocolates, and more this Mother's Day only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Unique and unlike any other.
It's the only medicine I don't recognize. The other two, amoxicillin, which is a normal thing, and also steroids, prednisone, lovely. It's throwing another 15 pounds, just goes, to fight the bronchitis thing. And the cough thing, I don't know what that is, but it appears to work, but it also makes me either loopy or sleepy. So, but I'm already sleepy, so. Worst case scenario, after the show, I go in and go to sleep on my desk.
Under it.
Or I call Lisa and have her come and pick me up.
Wire to wire, Diesel and Cole Bryson.
Although I do have a week's worth of work to get done, which I'm old stuff can just play. He says, and then he will go in there and kick butt and get it done because he can't help himself.
Those people that say that don't know a damn thing about.
What do you think about all the releases for WWE?
So we're just done with the women's tag team division.
Hey, you got all those new people coming up. You got people who have to go away to make room for them. There's only so much TV time. It's got to be pretty cutthroat to a degree.
For an official Rob Brown lockdown. Manufactured locally from the Carolinas. He's the Rob Brown Show. Rob only.
The Fan Upstate. Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Nope.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown. Please, if you don't mind, a round of applause for the return of a legend. for the return of a living legend and icon of the industry.
See, you know what it is.
I've been by myself for 4 days.
He doesn't believe anything he's saying.
I've had no issues for 4 days.
It's like, oh yeah, he's back. It's because the pressure's off, and now you can take time. I mean, other than the fact that I may just kill over at any moment, the pressure's off you. So I mean, you can get loose.
Let me try all of that again. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the airwaves a living legend, an icon of the industry, a titan of broadcasting. And now I have the hiccups. Gosh darn it.
AI probably.
Lonzo's back, everybody.
AI probably would have done it better.
Lonzo's back. Jim Harbaugh's back. Becky Black is back. Hello, Lonzo. How you feeling, buddy? You good so far?
I think it's a little obvious how I'm feeling, Rob, but I appreciate your concern. Oh, by the way, thanks for all the texts during the week to check on me.
Well, I was getting updates from the BMOC, and here's how I looked at it.
Say, man, Chris, right away, you okay? Because he knows what a big deal it is for me, and I know I already told you I wasn't going to be here.
You did, and I texted you back. No worries. I got this.
Well,
take care of yourself.
Hopefully there were some worries.
Well, no worries about not being here.
A little bit of worries.
No worries about you not being here. I got it.
Believe it or not, I had this discussion with my granddaughter yesterday, and I told her I don't like missing work because I love my job. And she said, "Can you teach me how to do something, a job that I love?" And I was like, well, we have to wait till you get older and find out what your interests are.
No, I can't. I can't teach you how to do that. I got lucky.
No, I was going to, yeah, I mean, I got lucky too. So,
I would say, no, young lady, unfortunately for you, what you will grow up to realize one day is that most people hate their jobs. Most people hate their jobs.
See, I don't know if it's most. It's probably, 75%. I guess that is most. But
Hub City Spartanburger sex line 844-326-3663. Do you hate your job? Yes or no? It's our poll question of the day. Do you hate your job? And be honest, all right? I won't read names. I won't read jobs. If you want to say what your profession is, great. If you don't, feel free not to. I won't read them, or at least I won't read the names and all that. I'm not even kidding about this. 844-326-3663. Text me, do you hate your job? It can be as simple as a yes or no, or you may go into detail if you'd like. 844-326-3663. Do you hate your job? Zoe and I are both very fortunate that we can honestly say we probably hate aspects of our job, elements of our job, but we love the job.
Yeah, there are definitely parts where I'm like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I firmly believe that most people, if not outright hate, at the least, don't like their job. Maybe are apathetic towards it. Maybe are impartial towards it. But I believe most people don't like their jobs.
See, I think people are a lot of the reasons why some people don't like their job.
That might be fair.
Yeah, because sometimes you just don't get along with people.
That might be fair. Maybe the people you work for, maybe the people you work with, maybe the folks that are your customers, maybe whatever it is. I don't disagree with that. But the point still stands. I think most people don't like their jobs.
Maybe you're forced to work with someone who you don't want to work with, and they're a pain in the butt, and you feel like the bosses don't listen, and then they move.
That might be it. That might be it. Let's see here. Here's 5 answers right out of the gate. Texter said, yes, I hate my job. Texter said, I love my job, ! Texter said, no, but I hate the hours I have to put into my job. Texter says, being as this is the hardest job I've ever had, mentally and physically and emotionally taxing, yes, I hate my job. And then says, I am a postman, by the way. Texter said, I'm a PE teacher. I mostly love my job, but I hate elements of it. Texter said, actually, I like my job, but the grown children there I work with, not so much. Texter said, I won't name it, but warehouse club team lead. The job sucks, but I have some coworkers who make it more bearable. And another texter said, my job has a lack of communication that makes it horrible. So we're sitting where we thought about 3/4 of our initial response to people say, I hate my job.
At least it is Friday for some of you who don't have to work on the weekend. So you got that. You can go maybe put that aside and go have a good time, whatever your good time is.
Yeah, I've been asked a lot of times, like, Rob, why do you work 5 days during the week and then do another show on Saturday? And the answer is A, they pay me for it, and B, I enjoy it. I like it. It's for this. This is fun to me. I played in a band for a long time, and we legitimately used to tell bar owners, you don't pay us for the concert. The music we play for free, because that's our thing. We love to do it. You pay us to practice to learn new songs. You pay us to drive to your bar. You pay us to carry hundreds of pounds of equipment and set it up and sound check it and get it all ready. The concert's free. Then you pay us to break that stuff down, get it back to the car, drive back home, unload it, etc. With this, they don't pay me to do 4 hours of elite caliber radio. I enjoy doing that. They pay me for everything else that you guys don't see go in behind the scenes. That's what they pay us for. Texter said, I'm a teacher, and I bleeping hate these stupid bleep kids. Bleep them. Yeah, okay. There's hate your job, and then there's you need to quit today and find a therapist, perhaps.
It is near the end of the year. So, I mean, you know, and I get it. And maybe this texter will get it back after, you know, hopefully a couple months off in between. You know.
When I was in college, I had every desire in the world to be a teacher / basketball coach. That's what I was going to do. I was going to be a teacher, and I was going to be a basketball coach. I wanted to teach either science or history and be a basketball coach. And I did 2 semesters of secondary education as my major. And then you had to do what was called a practicum, where they sent you to a school, right? And you would go shadow a teacher. So I reached out to my old basketball coach, Mark Teason, from when I was in high school. And he said, he's like, absolutely, come on in. I'd love to have you. So I went in for a 1-semester practicum where I effectively was going to shadow Mark Teza and participate in teaching the class. Zoe, not a joke. I made it 3 weeks and I said, bleep these kids, I'm out. They were, some of y'all are raising terrible kids. I would even go so far as to say, and this was in like 2005. So it's been a while, and I don't think it's gotten better. Some of y'all are raising awful people as children. Not all of you.
That was a while.
Some of y'all.
It might have improved.
TikTok's a thing, so I'm going to say no. I'm going to go ahead and say that's incorrect. Same texter said, let's see here. That same texter said, I use every possible sick day or PTO as soon as I can, as soon as I get it. All they do is tippy tap on their phones all day. Bleep them. I'm going to retire. Texter, I've never said this before. You should do that now.
Well, if you can retire. I mean, you know,
yeah.
Get a Winnebago, see the country.
Because like, I am fine. If you love your job and you hit retirement age, but you genuinely enjoy your job, keep working. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to do this job until somebody removes me from it, which could be tomorrow. It could be when I'm 80. There's some grumpy old man on the radio out there. I look forward to the day where I'm the grumpy old guy on the radio. I'll do this job as long as somebody's going to give me money to do this job. You shouldn't, Texter. You should quit yesterday.
Yeah, you'll know I'm gone if you don't see me for like 2 weeks.
All right, it is 7:10 in the morning.
I mean, you can go to break if you want.
Nah.
Okay.
Nah. We will speed run, as the kids say, this.
I guess that kind of applies.
We all have our days, man.
No, I'm talking about the text line.
Oh.
Some people ready to
Burn it down!
Some fire's been stirred. Don't do that literally. Please don't.
Texas said, if I wouldn't go to prison, I would punch several teenagers in the face. But some of the kids are half decent. That was my experience, all right? Like, most of the kids, when I did my practicum at Choctawhatchee High School, most of the kids were cool. Most of the kids I liked. Most of them wanted to be there. They wanted to learn. They wanted to participate. They wanted to play sports. They wanted to be activities. But the 15% of kids that sucked, oh man, they ruined everything.
I have to ask real quick before we get to this. How were you dressed when you? Did you look like you look on? Oh no, I was like collared dress shirt and dress pants guy, right? Like I dress like guy who coached the basketball team. Okay. It was like either a polo or a dress shirt, no tie, and slacks and nice shoes. Because I'm picturing long tie.
Oh no, not at all.
And maybe some tweed.
No.
And a pocket protector.
No, I was not that guy.
Well, I mean, because I
might be now.
Yeah, those guys get butchered.
Yeah.
When you're there.
I might be that guy now. Because that's the kid. You know what that is? You know what teacher that is? That's the teacher that next year, like half the kids from the class that's coming in are like, I want that teacher. That teacher's cool. 85% of you, here, I'll be nice. 85% of you guys are doing a great job raising your kids. You're raising good, respectful kids who want to be there. But the 15% of y'all that are raising little hellions, y'all's kids ruin it for all the kids.
All right, I just want to say, you make fun about my high school teachers throwing desks, but you definitely understand why.
I got a pencil box thrown at me by a kid. That's a true story. A full pencil box.
Were they sharpened pencils?
Well, it was closed.
Okay. Well, it could have opened up at
No, it was a closed pencil box, but I had two kids that were in the back of the class and would not shut the hell up. And so eventually at one point, I had to walk to the back of the class and I just did the hands on opposite side of the desk, lean down and get in their face thing, where I was like, if you do not stop interrupting this AP history class, I will be sending you to the office. And I came to the realization that day that that's not a threat to kids anymore because the office can't really do anything, right? So they were like,
back
okay.
in my day, there was a holy paddle waiting for you.
Yeah,
not a good time.
Not that anymore. So that's the moment I realized that's not a threat to them kids anymore. And then when the class was over, I was like, hey, y'all two stay here for a second. One of the kids, and this is why I remember this story greatly. It was in the fall. One of these kids who was on the football team looked me in the eyeballs, picked up a pencil case and threw it at me and then just left the room. And Mark Teza, my head coach, when I was in high school, my practicum advisor at this point, looked at me and he goes, sucks, don't it? And I was like, sucks, don't it? That's the thing. And he goes, oh yeah, that's going to happen. And I said, why? And I found out because the answer was, I said, what am I going to do? And he goes, how do you want to handle it? So I went up and I literally went to the principal, Richard Bounds, who remembered me from when I went to school there. And I was like, hey man, here's the things that happens. He goes, okay, I'll take care of it. And he issued the kid like a 2-week out of school suspension until the football coach come over and talk to him, and they hadn't decided. And what they decided was, no, we're not going to suspend him. We're going to make him write an apology note to Rob. That's what he got. The note said, because I still have it, the note said, and I quote, Mr. Brown, my bad, kid's name. That's what they let him off the hook with. Mr. Brown, my bad, kid signed his name. That was his punishment.
How was his arm?
Pretty good. He nailed me.
Okay.
Nailed me right in the chest, center mass. It was pretty solid. All right. Now it is. Now we are going to go to a break. And when we come back, I'm sorry. I had to go. I had to. That texter said, if I wouldn't go to prison, I would punch several teenagers in the face. You think I wasn't going to address that? Of course I was. When we come back, water cooler cheat sheet, top 3 sports stories you need to know before you get to the office this AM. We'll catch you up on everything in the sports world you need to know. We'll talk some Braves ball later in the show. Scott Van Pelt had a very hot breakfast foods take that we will debate later on in the show. Carolina Panthers make a couple of moves yesterday. I'll tell you what those are and more, all coming up on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Several teenagers.
Partial sunshine today, so I like you. Tonight, Friday, 55. Saturday, chance for rain, 7. Sunday, chance for storms, 68. I'm meteorologist Jennifer Lucas on the Fan Upstate.
Injured? Just call Joy Law Firm, 864-888-8888.
It's been years in the making, and now Greenville is home to the most epic comic and game store around. Borderlands Comics and Games. Reimagined bigger and better than before. The stakes.
Be right back, guys. Stay right there for me. $17.93. No Steph Curry. Big problems for Golden State last night. 17 from Jimmy Butler, 15 from Buddy Hield, 11 from Podzinski, and 9 from Draymond. Quentin Post, the 7-footer, got the start and played 3 minutes before they made the shift to Jonathan Kuminga, who played 26 minutes, had 18 points. Jackson Davis, got 15 off the bench for Golden State. But sans Steph, they went 9 of 32 from behind the arches, 16 of 25 from the stripe. Wouldn't have mattered if they hit all of them because Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards were just on a heater last night. Nickeil Alexander-Walker played 26 minutes, got 20 off the bench. Randall had 24. Ant-Man had 20. At one point, it looked like we might have a battle without the two biggest stars on the court because Anthony Edwards in the second quarter was forced to leave the game with what was described later as a mild ankle sprain. He would return in the second half, however, to finish off Golden State. Went relatively cold there for a hot minute. Finished 6 of 13, 2 of 4 from deep for his 20 points when it was all over. But Steph Curry out for the Golden State Warriors. He will not be eligible to return at the earliest for Game 6. I'm going to keep it a buck with you. Without Steph Curry, this series is not getting to 6. Not from what I saw last night. Let's go to item number 2. I lied. I'm going to tag this on to the end of item number 1, and then we'll go to item number 2. But we did have some NHL playoff games last night as well, 2 of them to be specific. Edmonton, the Oilers knock off the Golden Knights 5-4 in overtime. They now lead that series 2-0. The Carolina Hurricanes give one back to the Washington Capitals. Washington gets the 3-1 win over Carolina last night to level that series at 1 game apiece. Shane Gostisbehere was the only Cane to net a goal last night for the Capitals. Connor McMichael got one. Tom Wilson got one. John Carlson got one. McMichael opened the scoring unassisted in the second period. Carlson got his less than 2 minutes into the third period to give the Caps a 2-0 lead. Gostisbehere would get one back with 10 minutes played in the third period to have it down to 2-1. Carolina pulled the goalie at the end of the game, trying to draw level, but Tom Wilson took advantage, scored the empty netter, and put the Canes away. So now it is 1-1, headed back to Raleigh. Now let's get to item number 2, glug, 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 glug. Okay, I was going to manually do the glug, 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 but Lonzo's on top of the game. Let's go to baseball. But not the Atlanta Braves, who did get a win last night in 11 innings over the Cincinnati Reds, 5-4. Now just 1 game below 500. I want to go to the baseball diamond because I cannot say that last night was a nail in the coffin for Paul Maneri's time in Columbia, South Carolina. I don't know. The man has a $5 million buyout that Carolina would be responsible for should they move on. But it's got to be considered. 24-2. That's a baseball score. Auburn knocks off South Carolina 24-2 last night in 7 innings. Auburn had 20 hits scattered across 7 innings, scoring the 24 runs when it was all said and done. For the Gamecocks, Brandon Stone was the starter, 2 innings, 8 hits, 8 earned runs, 0 strikeouts. Ryder Guerrero came in 1.1 innings, gave up 4 hits, 5 runs, 2 earned, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. Tyler Pitzer would then come on for 1.1, 5 hits, 10 earned runs surrendered, 3 walks, 1 strikeout. Cooper Parks would finish with 1.1, 3 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, 2 strikeouts. And the only bright spot in the game, of course, at that point, Auburn had effectively entered the bench and put in multiple pinch hitters and backups to get some time in the field. This is the second loss of 20 or more runs sustained by the Gamecock baseball team in 1 week. When we talked to Lulu Kesson yesterday about that loss to Florida last weekend, set up this series on the road at Auburn, Lulu Kesson was kind of in the camp that I thought that I was in, which was, man, it's ugly, it hurts, it stings, but you got too much wrapped up in Maneri to make a move. After this, I think you just got to come up with $5 million. I think you just got to ask every Gamecock to chip in $20 and find a way to move on, because this is not just not getting better, it's progressively getting worse, which to me says the fellas in the unis have checked out. The boys out there on the diamond have checked out from this team. And if you have checked out, even with a losing record, not overall, you are 2 games over 500, but that includes your non-conference slate where you play a bunch of tiny schools early in the year, you're 5-20 in the conference. That's not a losing record. That's an embarrassing record for South Carolina. We're not talking about some bottom of the barrel, nobody baseball team here. This is a baseball team that when Paul Mainieri showed up was excited, had some energy, some juice, some gas, some motivation behind them. The baseball team is checked out. And if the team is lost, and the team is lost, if the team is lost, there's no coming back from that. We'll talk more about that later on the show. Let's get to item number 3. The Carolina Panthers made a couple of roster moves yesterday. Amongst them, Jadaveon Clowney, cut from the team, no longer a member of the Carolina Panthers. Jadaveon Clowney's salary cap number, $13.775 million against the 2025 salary cap in the second year of a 2-year, $20 million deal. According to David Newton of ESPN, questionable, but this one's hard to get wrong. He says the release had as much to do with Carolina wanting to get free agent acquisition Pat Jones II and 2 SEC draft picks on the field as it did about money. Jones had a career best 7 sacks with only 1 start last year for the Vikings. Carolina would then obviously go on to draft Nick Scorton and Princely Umanmielen, I believe is the correct pronunciation.
Sounds good.
I'm going to roll with that. Out of Texas A&M and Ole Miss, respectively, in the third day of day 2 of the draft. Clowney had 5.5 sacks last season with the Panthers, had 9.5 the previous year with the Ravens. Those weren't the only roster moves. Carolina also waived former injured Coastal Carolina basketball player Colin Granger, who was attempting to play tight end, suffered a hamstring injury during offseason workouts per a league source. And since he was an experimental player, no sense in wasting a training camp roster spot on him, respectfully. Veteran tight end Jordan Matthews was also released, and it was announced that running back Jonathan Brooks, drafted out of the University of Texas in last year's draft, would be placed on the physically unable to perform list, and he will miss the entire 2025 season as he continues to rehab from his second torn ACL. Remember, he had a torn ACL 2 years ago playing for the Longhorns. Carolina took the chance, rolled the dice, and drafted him anyway. He showed up. He played mildly, sparingly for this team through December of last year and then retore that ACL. That was going to cost him some time anyway, but Carolina says, let's just play the long game. No sense in taking unnecessary risk. They are going to sit him on the PUP list for the entire season. No Jon Brooks this year for Carolina, meaning that Rico Dowdle, the acquisition from the Dallas Cowboys, will likely be getting significant time playing out of the backfield for Carolina. So let's address these moves very quickly. The Jadaveon Clowney cut. Not necessarily entirely unsurprising if you've been following the rumors and the smoke coming out of Charlotte, North Carolina. 5.5 sacks was going to be due just shy of $14 million against the cap. That's a lot of money for 5.5 sacks. And it probably would make sense to pay the guy, except for you brought in 2 more edge rushers, and that in and of itself was a big play. But as mentioned, you also brought in Pat Jones II, who is a rushing linebacker, 6'4", 264 pounds, and again, had almost twice as many sacks last year as Jadaveon Clowney. Had 7 sacks last year next to Clowney's 5.5. You got to get that man paid. And on top of that, there's only so many edge rush positions on the field. Clowney's $14 million saved effectively is about equivalent to the contract of every rookie that you drafted. So you basically cut his contract, and the money you saved takes care of your rookie draft class. We'll see what happens next. But the Clowney cut is not a big shock to me. That is pretty much what I expected to be the end game. Carolina did try to find a trade partner for Jadaveon Clowney. They were unable to do so. I know that they were working the phones on draft day, trying to make him part of a package, probably to move up in the draft. Did not find a dance partner. Then they put him out there on the general market. Nobody wanted to go with Clowney in that spot either, which also makes sense because if you picked him up in a trade, not only would you have to pick up the 1 year remaining on his deal and come off $14 million, not knowing if he would fit into your defense and have even the 5.5 sacks, but on top of that, you would have had to send some assets, some resources over to Carolina. Probably better to let Jadaveon Clowney hit the open market and see what the going price was going to be. I still think it's probably going to be in that market, in that price range, because look at the draft. Edge rusher has over the past 2 or 3 years really become one of the premier, in fact, I'd say quarterback of the defense. It used to be middle linebacker. There were a few years there where nose tackle was considered that spot. We've had a couple of years during the Darrelle Revis years where shutdown corner was that spot. Right now, the trend is to lean on edge rushers. There is still a market out there. I am relatively confident that Jadaveon Clowney will get picked up, and it may get picked up for something in the range of $14 million on a 1 year deal. But you don't have to come off of any draft picks or players in order to acquire him. So no shock there. The biggest news out of this for me, or I guess I should say, what feels like the most disappointing news, is the announcement that Jon Brooks would be going to the PUP list and would miss the entire season. I actually had high aspirations, high hopes for Jonathan Brooks. I really like the kid out of Texas. I think he is I think he's absolutely got NFL talent. I think he could be one of the most deadly pass-catching running backs in the entire National Football League. So to find out that he is going on what is effectively the season-long injured reserve list and will be unavailable for this team at any point this year is disappointing. Now, offset by the fact that Carolina brought in Rico Dowdle, offset by the fact that Rico Dowdle, the former Gamecock, while perhaps, well, I can't even say not as talented as Jon Brooks naturally, because we don't know if Jon Brooks' game was going to translate to the NFL. We've only got to see him in a very limited role so far. Rico Dowdle does play a similar style of running back to Jon Brooks. So I do wonder, did they know that this was a possibility and that led to the acquisition of Rico Dowdle from the Dallas Cowboys, or is this just kind of unfortunate timing in the platoon? I don't know. We'll find out. But Jadaveon Clowney cut. Colin Granger, the tight end from Coastal, who was a basketball player, cut. And Jonathan Brooks headed to the PUP list for the Carolina Panthers. I'll give you some more thoughts on the roster moves yesterday as rookie camp getting underway for the Panthers. Today, we will keep our ear to the ground for news and notes that we hear out of rookie camp and bring you those news and notes when the show returns on Monday. But got to run to a break. When we come back here in just a minute from right now, we've got a couple of calls lined up, 844-326-3663. If you would like to join us on the air, you are welcome and encouraged to. Make sure that you are there. We got Kevin talking football with us when we come back and more. I am Rob Brown. He's the great Malonzo. This is the Fan Upstate.
Only on the Fan Upstate.
Our Chuck Sanders here at the Sports Flash presented by the Professors. In 11 innings, the Braves beat the Reds 5-4. Drake Baldwin hit an RBI single in the 11th to drive an automatic on the Albies. As we move to 5, the Braves visit the Pirates tonight. 2-1 Bryce Elder faces 1-3 Bailey Falter. The Carolina Panthers have released Jadaveon Clowney after one season. The release will save the Panthers close to $8 million in salary cap space.
I gotta say right there, I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere.
for you on the Odyssey app. It's always inspiring, sports fans.
The Rob Brown Show is live on the radio. It is the Fan Upstate. The phone number is 844-326-3663. We've been talking Carolina Panthers this morning. Jadaveon Clowney cut by the squad yesterday. Also announced that Jonathan Brooks, the running back drafted out of Texas in last year's draft after his second torn ACL, will be headed to the PUP list and unavailable this season for the Cats. Our dog Kevin calling into the show to talk a little Cats football. Kev, welcome back, big fella. How we doing? Let's go. Hey, look, sometimes guys just don't translate, man. I mean, it's what it is. There are guys who have immense success at the college football level, and the game just does not translate. I'm not telling you anything you don't know here, Kevin, but it's a different football game. I mean, it's still football at its core. It's still the same game, but it's just a different game, and some guys don't train. Now, I do want to point out that Clowney had 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 sacks, 9+ sack years in his 10 years he's played football. His rookie year only played in 4 games due to injury. 2020 with the Titans only played in 8 games due to injury, had no sacks that year. So 58 career sacks. Like, it's not a bad number, but some guys' games just don't translate it as much as you want to love them, whether it's because they're from your state or they played at your school or whatever. This is kind of one of those times that I point out to college fans who follow their players to the NFL, Kevin. Yeah, you might love the guy and he might have done amazing things for your school, but at the end of the day, the NFL is a different level of dude. Look, Nick Eamon-Warry, right? Drafted in the first round, dude, I think is going to be a stud. And I'll tell you, one of the things that NFL owners look for, evaluate, fall in love with is a locker room guy, right? Yeah, you still got to put up numbers. You still got to show you can play. But from what I understand, and I did not get a chance to speak with Nick Eamon-Warry while he was at South Carolina, but from what I understand, the reason he skyrocketed up the draft board as we got closer to the draft, because he was looked at even back at the end of the football season as like a late second, early third round draft pick. The reason he skyrocketed up the board is because of the attitude, because of the leadership, because the guy has a passion for the game and a desire to be a voice in the locker room. And then you add that on to the talent the kid showed. This is something that I think Shane Beamer over the years as a recruiter at South Carolina is going to lean on. I'm not just going to help you develop as a player to be talented enough to the NFL, to go to the NFL, but I'm also going to teach you how to be a good person, a charisma guy, a locker room guy, because NFL teams value that as well. Case in point, Shedeur Sanders. Yeah, that's it. Kev, appreciate the phone call, big dog. Good to hear from you, brother. Appreciate it. Anybody else want to get on board? 844-326-3663 is the call-in number. Again, when you look at a guy like Jadaveon Clowney, who obviously was a stellar player at the University of South Carolina, as Lonzo pointed out earlier, that hit on the running back out of Michigan in that bowl game is when somebody says South Carolina football, like that's one of the images that pops into your head, right? Like it just is. You get an image of Spurrier throwing the visor. You get images of some of the great players that have come through there. But that hit from Jadaveon Clowney is one thing. Again, being a college football monster does not mean that you are going to translate to the NFL.
Yeah, but Kevin made it sound like Clowney's a bust, and he's not. You don't make it that many years in the NFL and not be good enough to be on a roster.
Absolutely. I agree with that too. Absolutely.
Is he what a lot of people thought he would be? No. But I'm not disappointed in his career. I'm sure he probably is because everyone thinks they could be better than what they are.
Sure. Rookie only played 4 games, no sacks. Year 2 with the Texans, 4.5 sacks in 13 games, then 6, then 9.5, got better every year. 9 in his final year with Houston, went to Seattle, played in 13 games, had 3 sacks on that team in 2019. 2020 played only 8 games, 0 sacks, then 9 to 9.5 with the Ravens, 5.5 for Carolina last year, his 10th year in the league. Jadaveon Clowney was a largely consistent, reliable edge rusher. But again,
and here's the thing that they don't keep. Well, they probably do keep They do keep stats on hurries, but people don't care about that. He's always seems to be in the backfield, whether he makes the sack or not. He's disruptive, and other people get the sack or the play is forced to go quicker. I mean, it's not like he disappears in the game. You see him in the backfield all the time.
I agree, and I would look at some of these teams. And I would point out that, like when he was with Houston, like he was a focus, but Houston has for years pumped out good linebacker after good linebacker. When he went to Seattle in 2019, that was kind of the Legion of Boom era, right? Like that defense was predicated on good defensive backs locking down wide receivers and sending pressure from the outside. That was not a team that necessarily leaned on its defensive edge rushers for sacks. They went with a lot of exotic blitz. The outside edge rushers were utilized as block eaters, set the edge so the DBs can get to it. And I think there's something to say about that. I think Jadaveon Clowney was good, was consistent. Now, it wasn't the sack monster that a lot of people wanted, but as I pointed out, number one, not everybody who is that in college translates to the next level, especially when you have a guy that, and I'm not talking about Clowney here per se, but if you create 11 sacks in a season for a football team, but you play 3 FCS schools in the bottom half of a conference, like, yeah, your numbers are going to be a little bit padded there. Sometimes that gets lost in the sauce with some of these cats a little bit. I think the other element of it is, especially for a guy like Clowney getting signed to Carolina, because of the vibes that he had around here with the Gamecocks, I think a lot of people just kind of assume like, oh, he's home. It's gonna translate to success, right? He's gonna be motivated. He would have been a Panthers guy to some degree growing up because he's from Carolina. Like that's a nice motivating factor. But at the end of the day, Jadaveon Clowney showed up in Carolina at what? 32 years old, right? Like he ain't no spring chicken. This ain't his first go. So I'm unsurprised by this. I am unsurprised that nobody wanted to trade for Jadaveon Clowney because he is a 10-year vet. You were going to owe him $14 million effectively this season. And again, he's got a handful of years where he had 9.5 sacks. He also had a handful of years where he had 0 or 1 or 2 or 3 sacks. And if he ends up not fitting into your defense and being a 0, 1, 2, 3 sack guy, $14 million is a lot to come off the books for that. Even if you are in a defense that is predicated on edge rusher eats blocks, that's still a lot of money to wrap up in a cat like that. So I'm not shocked Carolina couldn't find a trade partner, and I'm not shocked considering Jadaveon Clowney's contract is the same number of dollars as the combined contract of every rookie that you drafted 2 weeks ago, I am not shocked by this. Again, I think NFL teams are, I'm not going to say uninterested. I think they are to some degree interested in bringing in cats who played for their school or for the local college, because they know that's ticket and merch sales, right? Like Jadaveon Clowney gets announced. I am sure that Carolina probably sold a fair share of Clowney jerseys to South Carolina fans who went, oh, Jadaveon is home. No doubt about that. I'm sure they sold plenty of jerseys. At the same time, you have to produce. I think, once again, Howie Roseman is kind of the perfect illustration of how that office works. Howie Roseman went to college at the University of Florida. What's been the running gag about the Eagles draft classes the last couple of years? They just draft Georgia. They just draft every one of Kirby's fellas ends up in Philly. Howie Roseman, as a Florida Gator, is programmed to despise the University of Georgia. But when it comes time to pick up that phone, make a call to a player and say, we're picking you, and then turn in that envelope, he'll write UGA as fast as anybody on planet Earth. These guys do not care where you played your college ball. They do not care where you grew up. They do not care who you were a fan of as a kid. Listen, it's super nice if you can find a picture of, oh, here's this kid drafted in the fourth round, and he's wearing the jersey of the team. He's 8 years old wearing the jersey of the team that drafted him. Like, that's a great story. It makes for a great story for us out here in Sportslandia. It is absolutely something that team will put out there and promote to get some attention. But at the end of the day, the question is, can you play and are you productive? And are you productive in a way that makes sense for us to pay you the way that we're going to structure the contract to pay you? And unfortunately for Jadaveon Clowney, he wasn't. He wasn't worth a $14 million investment. The $8 million the Panthers saved on the cap to send Jadaveon Clowney out, they believe the investment of that $8 million elsewhere in the roster is more valuable. And I don't blame them for it. Texter said, people thought Clowney was going to be Lawrence Taylor, and he wasn't. That's not Clowney's fault. I agree with you. And for the record, I was one of those people that thought Jadaveon Clowney was going to be the next coming. Yeah. I really did.
Lawrence Taylor wouldn't have survived in today's drug checks.
That might be fair.
Yeah. So, I mean,
kids,
you don't want anyone to be that.
Which brings me to my next point. Don't smoke crack. Let's see here. Kane said, Lions fans were talking about Detroit getting him, and I'm like, nah, brothers. He would have been a fit in 2014, but not today. Here's the thing. Earlier in the show, when we talked about this back in the opening hour of the show, I actually mentioned Detroit as a possible destination. Do you know where I think Jadaveon Clowney would fit in well? Opposite an elite tier pass rusher. A team like Detroit that has a stellar pass rusher in Aiden Hutchinson. And by the way, even more of a reason he might fit in Detroit, because as Lonzo pointed out back in hour number 1 when we talked about it, Aiden Hutchinson's got workout videos on the internet, running around, working out, getting reps in. We do not know if Aiden Hutchinson is going to be able to translate that into being that same guy. How can I help him? Easy. Put somebody on the other side that's at least a threat. Jadaveon Clowney is still a threat. Is he elite? No. Is he really, really good? No. But he's good. He's a threat. So put him on the other side so that, you can't just overload whatever side Hutch is on every time he lines up. You've got to be concerned about a guy who can come up with 9 sacks in a season. Jadaveon Clowney had 9.5 sacks last year, not this past year, the year before that, 9.5 sacks. So put him opposite a guy like Hutch and say, look, man, we don't need you to be a star. We need you to eat up attention so that other guy can be a star. And then let Aiden Hutchinson be a star with a little less pressure on him. That's what Jadaveon Clowney's role can be in the NFL. They just don't have that elite star. Not yet. You just drafted 2 guys, maybe one turns into one. But Carolina does not have that elite outside rusher that you can put opposite of a Clowney and ease the pressure on that guy with Clowney, or turn Clowney into a 9.5 sack guy, because the running back's always got to be focused on the star on the other side. All right, let's run to a break. When we come back in the next hour of the show, the audio blitz, the best audio we've picked up in the last 24 hours. We've got some good ones for you, including Scott Van Pelt having a hot breakfast take. We'll give you that and a little bit more. We've got some more football. We'll talk some NBA playoffs. All of that comes after Lonzo taps the sign, locks up the chin strap, plays like a champion during the Sports Flash.
Got to turn up the game, tone down the volume, and do what I do. The final road trip of the South Carolina baseball season started with a big loss as the Gamecocks fell to Auburn 24-2. Brandon Stone was tagged with the 6th loss. The Gamecocks recorded 5 hits, while Auburn put 20 on the books. South Carolina has 2 more against the Tigers before coming home. Just one NBA game last night. The Timberwolves overwhelmed the Warriors 117-93. Golden State was without Steph Curry as he rehabs his strained hamstring. Julius Randle led all scorers with 24. The series is now tied 1-1. The Atlanta Braves walked off the Reds in the 11th inning for a 5-4 win last night. Spencer Schwellenbach gave up 5 hits and 1 run in 6 innings. Atlanta had 10 hits, including Drake Baldwin's pinch hit RBI single in the 11th for the win. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show is next, right here on the Fan Upstate.
Up to the minute, upstate traffic. 85 is starting to develop a few slow areas.
I made it through 2 without coughing. Yay, me. Man, I'm boring. Anyway.
From the News Talk 98.9 WORD Traffic Center, I'm Jon Brooks on the Fan Upstate.
Once the coughing fit is truly triggered, I will have to leave the room. So just gotta be easy, gotta be calm. Pick my spots. I have no idea how I'm going to do tomorrow, but, we'll see. I've only been on doctor-prescribed medication for, this would be the 2nd full day. So.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. You've heard the commercial on the air. So it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 864-448-3772. That's 864-448-3772. 864-448-3772. The TTI Tool Sale is back. Top brands and huge savings on power tools, work gear products, and outdoor power equipment. This Friday, 10 to 6, Saturday, 9 till it's gone. Exit 27 Anderson. Turn left at Ryobi Drive and follow signs for the sale. Credit card only, no cash accepted.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
When it comes to the best sports talk anywhere,
Let's get the show going, man.
Listen to the Fan Upstate on Odyssey, no matter where you are, in the car, At home, at work, download the free Odyssey app on your phone. Search The Fan Upstate, and you're in the game. Hey, now we roll. The Fan Upstate. Your morning jolt of sports. It's the Rob Brown Show.
I care about what you have to say about college football. You are still a power player. Don't hit me with the old man. President Eisenhower. I don't care. Those days are gone. When Henry Ford built the Model T, I don't care. I don't care what he thinks about the Nissan Altima. It doesn't matter. He's been out of the game so long that his feelings and viewpoints are irrelevant to it. Please stop using, we got to do what's best for the athletes, as a justification for doing what you want to do. Nothing drives me crazier than when somebody says, well, we have to do this once you think of the kids. And it's like, yeah, it's really funny that you want to do it for the kids when you know it's going to make you rich as hell. Don't be hypocritical. These college athletes are better off now than they have ever been in this sport. But you want to change it because of what Bear Bryant would have thought in 1952? I don't care. Stop it.
It's news. Play the Rob Brown Show. Now morning 6 to 10 on The Fan.
The Fan Upstate.
Wire to wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson.
First, Delvin wants to chime in. What's up, Delvin? It would be a terrible hire.
Hey, this is Jerry Jones we're talking about. I don't know how to have my team. I'm going to run to my way. So don't feel like I'm on my team.
Wire to wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson.
Turn on, leave on. Afternoons 3 to 7 on The Fan Upstate. The Fan.
Upstate.
WYRD Greenville.
WORD Spartanburg.
WFBC HD3 Greenville.
W249DL Greenville.
W246CV Spartanburg.
Upstate.
And Odyssey Sports Nation.
Man, check this out.
For an official Rob Brown lockdown.
Represents being a real. Yeah.
Manufactured locally for the Carolinas. This is the Rob Brown Show.
Fan Upstate.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, dudes and dudettes, amigos and amigas. The Friday, gotta get down on Friday edition of the Rob Brown Show is underway. The third hour of the show starts right now. Welcome back. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you're not, bad taste in radio. Stick around. Maybe something will happen that you like. I am Rob Brown. The great one, Lonzo, makes his triumphant return to the show. Banners unfurled, trumpet sounding. Or on the verge of death. I'm not sure which one is more accurate right now.
Who knows? Any day, any time, any moment for anybody. But I don't want to be negative.
I mean, that's true, but also, for it's definitely closer for some people than others. And
I will say that I feel a little bit better than I did a couple of days ago. So that means progressing towards well. It might take another week, but
Hey, we're just glad you're back. And by we, I mean the listening audience, because
come on.
Fighting for my life over there the last couple of days.
You do a lot less when I'm here, so you're welcome.
There's not that. All right, time for the audio blitz. Some of the audio that we picked up over the last 24 hours. And come to keep it a buck. It's Friday. Some of this is totally not sports related. You're just going to have to deal with it. Let's start with this one. We talked a little bit about it back earlier in the show. Next year, the NBA returns to NBC for the first time since 2002. Now, back in the day, the NBA on NBC had a voice. The voice was that of a young man by the name of Jim Fagan. Now, Jim, as the NBA has not been on NBC since 2002, Jim has not done a lot of voice work for the NBA. And Jim hasn't done a lot of voice work at all since 2017. That is because Jim Fagan is dead. Fair enough. And while many of us have used the expression, I feel like I'll have to work until I'm dead, Jim Fagan, well, he doesn't get to use any expressions. But Jim Fagan's family has now utilized the expression, Jim has to work even after he's dead because the NBA on NBC has rolled out a new set of promos to hype up the return of the NBA to their network, including this one. Super informal, but when you have a voice like that, you can make anything sound good. That is the voice of Jim Fagan. And no, he did not record that promo from the great beyond. That is an artificial intelligence voice generator, recreator, whatever you want to call it. NBC has decided that for their promos for the 2025 season and the return of the NBA to NBC, they have decided that they're going to go nostalgia, including getting their old voice guy back. But since he's, again, dead, they got to figure out a new way. Do you go pull old samples, old promos, clip? No. We're going to feed Jim Fagan's. By the way, approved by his family.
See, when we talked about this earlier, I've been thinking about it. So if he didn't give approval, if he didn't leave something in a will or had a written agreement somewhere that they could use his voice after, which a lot of actors and voice actors now are starting to sign, whether they want to be used after they're gone. Is that legal to use? I don't permission if you're not that person.
I am going to
Unless you
assume
have, like, power of attorney or something, like near the end of their life.
I am going to assume that, much like when my old man died, my mom became, I don't know what the term, because I know there's different terms used different ways for different scenarios, but effectively, my mom became executor of my father's estate. Basically, everything that he owned, which would include intellectual properties, name, image, likeness, etc. My mom's in control of. So my bet would be that
include him, like his.
Yeah, your image would be, I would assume in this case, again, not an attorney, did not stay in a Holiday Inn Express last night, and have not chat GPT'd this yet. But my assumption is your name, image, and likeness is part of your estate, part of your assets, part of your property. So the family would have the right to approve this. And my bet would be NBC is paying them for this. That would be the way that pays. We'll see how that plays out. Dylan Gabriel was drafted out of the University of Oregon to go play for the Cleveland Browns. Remember, he was drafted before Shedeur Sanders was. He's going to Cleveland. Hey, Lonzo, quick question. You're an Ohio guy, maybe not a Cleveland guy, but an Ohio guy. What's the weather in Cleveland in, like, say, November, December?
Oh, I believe the technical term sucks.
Dylan Gabriel, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Dylan Gabriel gets it.
Yeah, no,
he gets it.
This is a guy who got drafted by a cold weather team, and he's just trying to do anything to stay warm. Well, it's not going to happen.
This was, in fairness, this was pre-draft. This was before he knew he was going to be a Cleveland Browns.
All right.
I don't know how this didn't eliminate him from the draft board of the Cleveland Browns, but also
because that low in the draft, you just do things for spite.
Number one, he's right about everything that he said.
No.
Everything he said. Anybody who says, no, Rob, I love sitting outside in the cold, in the snow. No, you don't. You're a liar. You're a liar.
No,
you don't enjoy it.
By the way, having lived through that most of my life, there are some people who are not lying.
No.
I'm not saying they're mentally stable, but I'm saying they're not lying. In their heart of hearts, they believe that. I've seen people walk around in the snow in shorts. And again, maybe not mentally stable, but I'm not a doctor. I don't know. But they say they're fine.
I believe that some people do things out of some sense of tribalism / regionalism, right? I love this thing.
I mean, listen, Mister.
Well,
there's only
let
one
me-
kind of seafood. There are some people who lived in moderate climate and end up going to Florida and go, well, I can't handle this.
Let me be clear. When I say do things, I'm talking about really dumb stuff. If you have a different opinion on the best type of seafood, mine, red snapper, grouper, Gulf of Mexico, fresh off the boat, right? But if you go, hey Rob, I'm more of a salmon guy, more of a trout guy, then I can understand that. I don't agree with you, but that's a subjective difference of opinion.
Love that salmon.
If you say, no, I genuinely love being outside when it's -2 degrees and snowing. No. I saw another clip yesterday. I didn't grab the audio from it because it was way too long. But there's a guy who does food reviews of like regional specialties, right? Like he goes to a city or a town or a county or whatever, and he asks around and he finds out like, what's your thing? What's the thing that this community loves? And then he goes and he tries that thing. Well, yesterday, he posted a video where he was in a community outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And this community loved this one pizza parlor. So he went to the pizza parlor and he found out that this pizza parlor, Lonzo, they take the dough and they put the pasta, or not the pasta, the tomato sauce on it, and they cook that. And then after that's cooked, then they sprinkle the cheese on the top. They put the pepperoni and the sausage on it, and then they give you that pizza. The cheese is not baked on. The cheese is not cooked. They literally take the shredded mozzarella or whatever it is. They cook the pizza with the sauce. Then they put the cheese on it and then give you the pie that way.
So it's a grown-up Lunchable.
It is a grown-up Lunchable. Now, I'm not anti-Lunchable.
Yeah,
there have still been.
Not really that bad.
They're really not. There are still times that as an adult, every now and then, I'll be hanging out with the nephew because he's a big Lunchables guy. I'll be hanging out with the nephew, and he's like, yo, Uncle Rob, can we get some Lunchables? And I'm like, you're damn right we can. I don't care what your dad says. Not only can we get Lunchables, we're getting one of all of them. Let's go bananas, kid. That's fine. But as a full-grown adult, if you're going to make the argument that a Lunchable is better than a good, well-put-together, constructed pizza, you're a liar. You're a liar.
But you're seeing this without trying it.
I've eaten Lunchables.
I know.
A cooked bit of dough.
I am interested about the sauce being cooked into the crust. I'm definitely, because I'm a sauce guy.
You know what pizza does that? Every pizza. That's how pizza's cooked. You take the sauce, you put it on the dough, then you put the cheese and the sausage and the pepperoni, and you bake that pizza.
So the cheese probably will melt depending on the temperature of the sauce. I mean,
No, it will not. It will not. You could put it on when that pizza comes out of a 400-degree oven. It is not going to melt that cheese. The guy showed the pictures of it. It literally is just a mound of shredded cheese on top of cooked dough and sauce. Now, the reason I bring that up is not to argue about the pizza. The reason I bring that up is because I am going to say, outside of that one community, outside of that one place, everybody is going to say that's objectively bad. But the people who live there, they swear it's the best pizza in the world. Why? Because my daddy said it is, and his daddy said it is. No, your dad was wrong. Your granddad was wrong. They're both dumb. That's real bad. That's real bad.
That's definitely a Pickens accent. I'm just saying.
Listen, I'm going to go right now. Ain't nobody in Pickens County going, you know what we should do? What if we don't cook the pizza and then eat it?
Probably no one anywhere around here would say that. So, yeah.
The point here is that
it is weird. I agree. This is the first time I've ever heard of it before.
It's not just weird. It's bad. This is one of those things that I don't need to try it to know it's bad. Rob, you ever slammed your head into a brick wall? Maybe you'll enjoy it. No. That just objectively, it's a bad decision. The point is not to argue about the pizza. The point is to point out that some people believe that their thing is a great thing just because it's all they know. Football in the snow. Not for the players, whatever. Players can say whatever they want. But for fans, anybody who says that sitting outdoors in Cleveland, Ohio, when it is 4 degrees and snowy, in the wintertime is more fun than being outdoors at a game in Los Angeles, California when it's 72 and sunny in December is a liar or just plain wrong.
You're just not dog pound material.
Correct.
Florida lightweight. I mean,
no.
That's
No. You can go, that just means I'm tougher than you are. No, it means you're dumber than I am.
By the way, Ohio accents are like mine. There's some Southern in it. It's just an Ohio accent.
Whatever. It's dumb and I hate it. Kenyon Barner describes his welcome to the league moment. It is amazing to me how many welcome to the league moments involve one particular name. Kenyon Barner says, Luke Kuechly smoked me, then helped me up and said, this hurt me more than it hurt you. I had to teach you that's not how it works around here. And Kenyon Barner said, I looked him in his face and said, thank you. That's like, I love these welcome to the league stories. And you get like, they got big on the NBA podcast for a little while, right? Like they would have guys on, young guys, and they'd be like, what was your welcome to the league moment? And it was always something like, you know, I went down to the post and, I was going to be the first guy that stuffed Shaq and Shaq set me 9 rows deep. And it's always these great stories. I love the NFL stories. That is, I think, like the third or fourth one where Luke Kuechly was the welcome to the league moment. Hey, Stanford has opened up their season ticket sales for their football team. And they got an interesting phone campaign working. I like how Andrew Luck went from kind of a dog on the football field to middle-aged insurance salesman in like 2 years.
I will tell you, the night he was drafted, we were doing our draft special at a place that serves drinks and food and all that kind of stuff.
A bar?
Yeah. And I one of the guys on the show, big Indianapolis fan, he was not happy with me because I kept calling him the big nerd. He is still the big nerd. It has not changed. I wish he would have nerd laughed. He showed how truly nerdy he is when he went high-pitched. I'm so happy. And he sounds like a mix of Barack Obama and somebody else. I'm trying to think of who else. As he gets older, he sounds a little bit more like, why do I forget his name? Crazy guy, NBA.
Crazy guy.
Really old now.
Draymond Green.
No.
Oh.
White dude, old dude, has a son who played for the Bulls. Wears psychedelic clothes. He's
Bill Walton?
Bill Walton. Yeah, he sounds like a mix between Bill Walton and Barack Obama.
Okay, you said where's psychedelic? Bill Walton's dead.
He probably was buried in his
Grateful Dead t-shirt. Yeah.
T-shirt. So yeah.
I don't know, man. Like I said, like Andrew Luck kind of has a little bit of that dog in him.
He's always been a nerd, though. You're acting like it. I mean, this is not shocking.
I don't disagree.
The progression to this is not a surprise.
On the football field, Andrew Luck, from what I understand, was kind of like he was kind of the guy that would walk up and introduce himself to the defensive lineman, right? Like he'd walk up and be like, Mr. Clowney, Andrew Luck, great to meet you, sir. I watched you play. I respect your game. But then apparently, like, between plays would be the dude like, I just smoked your ass, son. Like, would give it to guys. So to hear Andrew Luck effectively sound like he's calling and going, hey there, I was just noticing that your interest rates are a little higher, and I was wondering if now might be a good time for you to refinance your home. Shut up, nerd!
We all have our telephone voice. People have heard mine when they've called in or when I've got a guest on. You've got one. We've all got one. That's just his voice.
That's because if I answer the phone like, hello! Yeah, it's Rob. What can I do for you? I would probably, actually, maybe I should. I get less phone calls.
That's why I use less. I use my telephone voice so people make fun of me to me, which is always fun.
All right, one more before we run to the break. I know we're late, but I want to get to this one, and I want to see what Lonzo's gut reaction to it is. There's a podcast called the Pop Culture Podcast. It's a pop culture podcast. And they sat down not too long ago for an interview with Danny McBride. Do you know who Danny McBride is? Big-time Hollywood actor. He was but does a lot of TV shows now. He stars in The Righteous Gemstones, which is a hilarious show. Starred in Eastbound and Down, a hilarious show. I love Danny McBride. He's one of my favorite actors.
There's two sides of humor. That's more your side.
Oh, for sure. For sure. It is.
Right, there are more sides, but in this room, there are really two sides.
This is the dirty, raunchy. Even I would not let my nephew listen to Danny McBride's comedy, and it's my favorite. Anyway, he told, and this is them recapping the interview, but he told the Pop Culture Broadcast what he thinks the biggest problem with movies is today, and it doesn't have anything to do with the movies. Where you land on that?
I agree with a lot of it, but I think part of the problems is first of all, too many trailers and too many commercials. But the second thing is there doesn't seem to be as much pride in the theater itself. And when you go see a major movie and there's popcorn on the floor in the lobby, in the hallway leading to the theaters themselves, you look around and go, okay, I remember the $1.50 movie back in the day where they didn't take care of it too much, but it was $1.50 and I understood this is, I just paid $100 for 4 people. I expect it to look a little bit better in here. I think if it's a little more tidy, which goes along with what he was saying, it helped your experience.
I agree with that, but I would also I would give a reason for it, not make an excuse for it. I agree with you.
Hey, I've seen those little vacuum things. They work.
The wife and I went on Sunday. We went to see Thunderbolts.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about that.
Yes, we will. Went to see Thunderbolts. We're doing Fight Club at 9:20, by the way. I'll tell you that because I didn't do it yesterday.
No, you didn't.
Okay, we're doing Fight Club. That's okay. We're just going to talk about what's been happening.
No, well, why do that when there's a pay-per-view, a PLE tomorrow?
Also that. So the wife and I went to see Thunderbolts. And we went for the first time in a long time to the theater that's right over here by us. I forget the name of it.
Do you want me to tell you that?
Yeah, it's fine. Because I'm gonna say nice things about it.
It's Hollywood.
Hollywood. We went to the Hollywood right down here off of whatever road this is. Woodruff Road. I'm screwed right now, dude. We walked in, and we'd not been there a while, and they had the motorized reclining seats, like the layback seats with the recliner and the little tray that slides over that has a cup holder.
Really? Maybe I need to start going there. Then.
Dude, I'm going to say this. This is what we said, because we paid, it was between the 2 tickets and we got a big bucket of popcorn, 2 drinks, and 2 things of candy each. It was like $70-some-odd for the 2 of us to go see Thunderbolts. And the only reason we went was because I wanted to see Thunderbolts in theater. She was like, well, we'll just wait till it comes out. I'm like, nah, I kind of want to see this one. It feels like this is kind of a big deal. This movie feels like it's either going to save or destroy the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I want to see it in theater. So we went, and when we paid that much, just for the 2 of us, and went in, and I was like, damn, this is nice. The recliner and the layback seat and the little tray, so you don't have to like hold the popcorn. You just sit it in front of you. We sat down, and she and I looked at each other, and she went, I'll come watch more movies in theaters now. Like, that was the whole take.
Okay, not all theaters are like that.
Not at all.
So,
not at all.
Including ones that are newer than that one.
But I think for seeing new movies, the spot we reached was, even though we were a bit perturbed, because now, not only do you have 30 minutes of previews, but they run a constant stream of commercials on the screen leading up to the previews. It's not like it used to be where there would be like nothing on the screen and there's like light jazz playing in the background and everybody's just kind of like talking and carrying on, having a good time. Now it's like commercials run constantly for dumb stuff, for stuff I'm never going to buy. And that was annoying. Then 30 minutes of previews, then the movie. So the movie was for, I think we went to see a 12:45 movie on Sunday, and the movie started at like legit like 1:30 for a 2-hour movie. It was not ideal. But we both looked at each other and said, the theater's clean. They have recliners. They have trays. This is as comfortable. It wasn't too cold. Like, this is as comfortable as I've ever been. I will come back and watch movies now in theaters if they are all like this. And what we said was, we'll call ahead. Hey, is this movie being shown in one of the nice movie theaters, like with the recliners? And if the answer is yes, we'll go to the theater. So I agree with what Danny McBride had to say there. But I also think he was right in that, like, there's a cinema over towards Taylor's that we used to go to the movies. Not only is it old and run down, but as he pointed out, like at any given time, there's like 2 movies in theaters that are worth anything. And this movie theater has like 19 screens in it. So you walk into it, and even though there may be people going to the movie, because the building is so damn big, but there's only 2 movies running, it feels weird, like a ghost town. There's nobody in there. There's 2 people, because you don't see anybody else. And when you go to a place like that, when you see nobody else there, even if you want to be left alone, it's still like, are we the only ones doing this? I kind of don't know how I feel about that.
I will tell you real quick. We went to see on Thursday night, the opening week, and it felt more like a Thursday night. Been to a bunch of Thursday nights, and they haven't been what they used to be. This one wasn't there, but it was close as far as crowd, as far as the theater being full. And that movie was on multiple screens, and we were not seeing it in IMAX. We were seeing it on a smaller screen, and that was full in there. And you got the full crowd experience that you should for a movie like that.
And that, like, to me, that feels like it makes, even if you're not interacting with those people, that feels like it's more fun to go see a movie that way. Like, I want to go see with people.
And it's not talking over the good points or things like that. I mean, it was an educated crowd, a good mix, very diverse, very into Marvel. Right? I mean, and they really enjoyed only a spattering of applause, but that's an opinion thing.
Sure.
But still, the fact that on a Thursday night it was as full as it was, some guy said on the way out, "We are so back." I don't know about that. We'll see. But as far as theaters go, there's a couple more blockbusters coming out here pretty soon. We'll see if it continues to trend, because for a while now, since COVID, it's went downhill, and quality of theaters and stuff, like what we were talking about earlier, has went down, and it hasn't picked back up.
I agree with that. It felt like a movie-going experience. I will say this. It was only one issue, then we got to run to a break. We went to the 12:45 movie because we thought it's the middle of the day on Sunday. People are at church. People are having their post-church dinner. The movie theater will have some people in it, but it'll be mostly clear. We walked in. There was probably, 20, 25 people it was in a big movie theater, IMAX theater, 20, 25 people in there. The wife and I sit on the end of the row because I have to pee 3 times a movie. Judge me. We sit on the end. So a guy and a gal walked in, and they sat in the 2 chairs next to me. Right next to me. It's a whole movie theater. They sat in the 2 chairs literally next to me.
Right. They're assigned.
I mean, they were.
Yeah, so I mean, some people go, I bought these, I need to sit here, I don't want to get in trouble. Some people do feel that way.
They sat down, and I was like, I just did that. I leaned back in the chair, and I just closed my eyes and went, because I was hoping he'd get it. He didn't get it. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show with a fan upstate.
Yeah, we're in trouble for this.
Yeah, well.
You can blame it on me. Being sick.
Be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'll address y'all's comments when we come back.
This is almost like it's 2023.
WFBC HD3.
Quick conversation here. The United States women's national team, women's basketball, made an interesting move yesterday. Over the past handful of years, the U.S. women's national basketball team had its roster and coaching staff selected by committee. They put a group of women together, men and women together, of every level of basketball. And they, by committee, voted on and selected the roster. You will remember last year, in the lead up to the 2024 Summer Olympic Games in Paris, France, that there was some controversy because none of the rookies, including Caitlin Clark, made the women's Olympic team. And there were a lot of people, and I will keep it a buck, no cap, as the kids say. I was absolutely one of them. Why are you not sending Caitlin Clark? Why are you not sending a young woman who has dominated the landscape of college basketball, both as a figurehead and as a player? Why would you send? And I understand the answer is so that she could set a mark, but why are we sending 41-year-old Diana Taurasi, who's going to play 12 minutes a game, instead of Caitlin Clark, who is a younger, better version of Diana Taurasi at this point? And again, it's a legacy pick, and there are going to be some people who are on board with that, and there are going to be some people who hated it. I'm going to keep it a buck with you. I didn't like it. I want to send the best. I don't care about the legacy of any individual player, perhaps even more than their professional team when you are talking about Team USA. As Herb Brooks said in Miracle, the name on the front of that jersey is a hell of a lot more important than the name on the back. On the line again. So, yesterday, Team USA women's basketball announced that they were placing Hall of Famer and women's hoop legend Sue Bird into their position of managing director. Sue Bird, and they have not announced what the power structure is going to look like. I don't know if she has complete and total autonomy over the team. I don't know if she is going to be in charge of drafting up a proposed roster and then have to get approval for it or what. What I know is on the men's side, for years now, they have had a roster czar. It was Jerry Colangelo for a lot of years, and then in 2022, I believe, Colangelo stepped down, and he handed that responsibility over to Reggie Miller. And Reggie Miller has worked ever since then as the final voice in roster construction for Team USA men's basketball. And I will say, one of the things that I have appreciated about Team USA men's basketball over the past couple of years of runs of success is that, number one, I feel like they generally and genuinely selected the best players. I don't think there has been a point where we have had the argument. There's been some, should this guy be there? And should that guy, was this a snub, whatever. But unlike the women's team, there hasn't really been a let's make a whole day out of this guy got left off the roster, and that is a crime against basketball like there was last year with Caitlin Clark. So the women's team is going to model the men's team in roster construction and utilize Sue Bird, who knows ball, as the brain behind that. I think that's a tremendous idea. And I think it is a tremendous idea because with the growth of women's basketball over the years, with the influx of talent, go back and look at the draft class last year, go back and look at the draft class this year. With the influx of talent, more ballers than we have had joining the professional ranks of women's basketball ever. More notoriety, more publicity, more celebrity than we've ever had in the game. I think it is more important than ever before to get it right because we're getting caught. More important than ever before to get it right. And to have a baller and a legend like Sue Bird, who she makes a selection, I'm going to come in here the next day and go, I may not agree with it, but I respect it because it's Sue Bird. not a committee of strangers, of quiet folks in the background, even if they are names like Don Staley, not a committee. Sue Bird. I'm going to trust Sue Bird to do this job. So I like that the women's side looked and said, okay, the men's side won the gold medal last year. They're on a run. They're winning the FIBA World Cup, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe we should do what they do. Get a Hall of Famer, get an icon, no question, and say, put us together a roster that works from the perspective of somebody who played on rosters that worked. I love it. Well done, Team USA basketball. Team US soccer, pay attention. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Brian, I will not be downtown tonight for Artisphere because I am hosting BetMGM tonight with Ryan Horvat tonight. The wife and I will be down there tomorrow night for Artisphere. Funny enough, I have actually not been to Artisphere yet in the 5 years I've been here. Tomorrow will be the first time. The last couple of years, there has been something happening on that weekend. I had work, I had a job, I had a game or something. This is the first year I actually have the ability to go. So I will not be there today, but I will be down there tomorrow night. So if anybody's at Artisphere tomorrow, come find me, say hello. Love to meet you. Be right back. after 1 year as your head baseball coach, there would be a $5 million buyout. $5 million off the baseball budget, out of the athletic department budget, if you were to decide to pull the plug on the pulmonary product and move on to the next year. The 22-3 loss against the Florida Gators last Saturday was the worst loss for the South Carolina Gamecocks since the year 1997. The loss yesterday against Auburn, 24-2, was the worst loss for the South Carolina baseball program since last Saturday. So Maneri has, in effectively 6 days, put the 2 worst losses of the century on the books for the Gamecock baseball program. Should you elect to move on, it will be to the tune of a $5 million payout to Pulmonary. I go back, and this is not it's going to come across this way. I promise you it's not meant to be a, I told you so. It is not meant to be a, oh, look at me, how smart big brain boy I am. It's going to come across that way. But it feels to me as if the concerns I had about this hiring at the time of the hiring have come to pass, have come to fruition. That is to say, it feels to me as if Pulmonary is in no way, shape, or form getting through to the fellas on the baseball team. Why do I say that? Number one, if he was, I would fully expect this team to be getting better week by week. That's not to say I would expect them to suddenly be good. I'm not saying I would have expected a slow start to the season and then wango bango, all of a sudden we're halfway through and they're in the midst of a hunt for the SEC baseball championship, a 2 seed going down to Hoover for the SEC baseball tournament. What I'm saying is I would not be seeing 20. There would be something that I could put my finger on and go, well, at least this is getting better. So I would ask Gamecock baseball fans right now, A, is there anything right now that gives you optimism? Is there anything about this baseball team that gives you hope? Is there anything about this baseball team that sparks joy for you? Because I got to tell you, I can't imagine that there is. I feel like you went with a guy as your head coach, and I do not intend, I never intend to be disrespectful. But Paul Maneri, in his mid-60s, comes down for, I guess I should say, comes up from LSU. As I said earlier in the show, and I'm going to say this, and this is not meant to be disrespectful, though it will be translated that way. LSU cares more about their baseball program than you do. And that's not an insult. LSU cares more about their baseball program than most schools do, with very rare exceptions. LSU considers their, in my experience, considers their baseball program their second most favoritist program on campus. It is football 1, baseball 2. I had a brief tenure broadcasting in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, remotely, but I was on the air in Baton Rouge for a little while. And as I mentioned earlier, after Hurricane Katrina, a large swath of folks from Southeast Louisiana made their way to Destin, Florida, where I broadcasted, where I lived, and we jokingly started referring to the Florida Panhandle as New Orleans East, because there were a lot of folks from Louisiana who came and then stayed after Katrina. So there was a very large LSU fan base where I lived. And LSU baseball despite living with a lot of Florida State fans who for years treasured their baseball program, Florida fans who treasure their baseball program, I got more interaction about LSU baseball than I did either of the Florida schools, despite being in, Florida. They care more about their baseball program than you care about yours. All right? That's not an insult. It just is what it is. They have more resources. They have more money. They have better facilities. It's just, if you're going to be successful, LSU's the place to do it. And Paul Mainieri could not get it done at Baton Rouge. They effectively said, we're not going to fire you because you quit. And Paul Mainieri left. That's the way that I interpreted it. So similar to the Will Muschamp situation, when you hired Will Muschamp to coach the football team. Similar to that situation, different in that Paul Mainieri has got a ring. Paul Mainieri's had success. But similar to the Muschamp situation, Ray Tanner had to convince me that a guy that could not get it done at a school that had more resources, better facilities, arguably better access to players, et cetera, somehow he was going to leave a school that had way more, come to Columbia, South Carolina, and do it there when he couldn't do it there. It didn't make sense to me then. That's not even including the other aspect of the conversation I had, which is, do you know why so many new coaches, basketball, football, baseball, whatever, do you know why you're seeing such an influx of younger coaches? Because they know how to communicate with kids. It's a different world out there, man. These kids talk differently. They act differently. They interact with people differently. We are now experiencing, as teenagers, college-age kids, the first generation who truly do not understand a world before social media. The kids that are coming to play football, basketball, baseball now, they're the same age as Twitter. They don't know what the world without Twitter is like. I was in college when Facebook fired up. Back when, if you wanted to get on Facebook, you had to provide them with an email that ended in .edu. You had to have a college email. The kids that are coming to play college sports now were born after that. Tyler Shook got drafted to the New Orleans Saints. He holds two unique distinctions. Number one, he is the next future first ballot Hall of Famer for the New Orleans Saints. And number two,
in a long line of those. And number two, Lonzo, Tyler Shook is the last player born in the 1990s that will be drafted into the National Football League. Okay? So when you talk about kids entering college now, and remember, just to kind of put that into more perspective, Tyler Shook backed up Justin Herbert in Justin Herbert's rookie year. Justin Herbert's been in the NFL, 7 years now? Tyler Shook was his backup his first year in college football. So, the kids these days are arguably, I know I sound like an old man, stick with me. The kids these days are arguably the first generation of college athletes who truly do not understand a world that does not involve immediate, fast, rapid, short burst of communication via social media. Do you think, honestly, do you think that Paul Mainieri in his mid-60s is going to be the best guy to communicate with these kids what is expected, what is demanded, what should be executed, what should be ignored and avoided? Respectfully, I doubt it. I've said it before, Nick Saban was not removed all that far from being the most dominant football coach in the history of college football. My theory
Don't have it proven. Don't know that we ever will. My theory is Nick Saban stepped away, not just because of the portal and NIL, but Nick Saban stepped away because in his early 70s, being able to be an effective coach requires a different form level of communication with these kids than it ever has before. I just don't think Paul Maneri's got the ability to talk to that Gamecock baseball locker room and make them understand, here's where we are, here's where we want to be, and here is how we're going to get there. Younger coaches do. So I am, as of the point today, it ain't my money. I'm not the one that's got to balance the budget at the end of the year. But if you want South Carolina baseball to be successful, if you want the Yardcocks to return to Omaha, Nebraska, I think you have to move on. I think you got to pay up. I think you got to figure out where you're getting $5 million. I think you got to separate, say, you know what? We tried something. Ray Tanner tried something. It did not work. On to the next one. Because if you let this happen another year and it doesn't get better, it gets worse. That's the only option. You know what is better? Your life for the next 60 seconds after this sports flash.
Thrice is nice. Low-key, Londo on the read.
Low-key?
I know. It's flow. It's amazing. Just one NBA game last night. The Timberwolves overwhelmed the Warriors 117-93. Golden State was without Steph Curry as he rehabs a strained hamstring. Julius Randle led all scorers with 24. Series is now tied at 1-1. The Atlanta Braves walked off the Reds in the 11th inning for a 5-4 win last night. Spencer Schwellenbach gave up 5 hits and 1 run in 6 innings. Atlanta had 10 hits, including Drake Baldwin's pinch hit RBI single in the 11th for the win. The Carolina Panthers have cut former Gamecock Jadaveon Clowney after just one season. The team shopped for a trade partner, but were unable to find one. Clowney was set to count for $13.77 million against the cap, enough to pay for the Panthers' entire rookie cap. Hour number 4 of the Rob Brown Show is next, right here on the Fan Upstate.
There are no significant delays this time. Big help in the school unusual, especially on St. Mark and East School roads. The Artist Fair Festival begins today. Downtown Greenville along Main Street and adjacent areas. You should plan an alternate route. From the News Talk 98.9 and WORD Traffic Center, I'm Bill Brooks on the Fan Upstate.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive,
I may feel horrible, I may sound horrible, but I work the word thrice into my thing. So, I mean, you know, it's a good day. I'm not sure I've said thrice on the air before, so
every time I fill up. I've
felt good.
$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now.
Even got to look from the haughty one. I don't think that he knew that, you know, I knew the word thrice.
35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Isn't it time you taught your kids the fun and value of golf? Well, there's no better place than to Preserve It for Days Junior Golf Camps this summer. It includes 4 days of driving range, on-course practice, lunch and drinks, a gift bag, bag tag, and they'll leave with a certificate of completion. Sign up at PreserveItForDays.com. To find the 2025 Junior Golf Camps, June 16th through 19th, July 14th through 17th, and July 28th through the 31st.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Valpont Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue.bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter the age. See this hot-house website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes We turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Fight website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your choice. They did a game changer for us.
So, what fast food type restaurant has the best soup? Or proof I don't feel well. I just want soup for some reason. Could just go home and make it myself. But who wants to do that?
For casual and hardcore sports fans, live sports betting updates for all of the night's games as they happen. Get the latest scores, sides, totals, props, parlays, futures, and much more with real time.
McAllister soup is not bad if you can get the kind of soup you want. Half the time, if I want something, they don't have it. I don't know if I wear enough flannel to go to Panera. Actually, I don't wear any flannel, so I'm not sure I could go to Panera. But I could send my wife.
Panera's not a hamster place.
I'm just wondering where's the best fast food like soup?
Panera.
Heated in a pan taste. I don't know if I'd hate that. Michael in Simpsonville says A1 Bold way better. I have no idea what he's talking about. It's a flavor.
We want the Stanley Cup. We want the Stanley Cup. Oh, have you heard this song? I played it yesterday.
No. I'm sure you did a wonderful
This
rendition
is
of it.
the flagship radio station of the Winnipeg Jets released this as their playoff fight song.
Josh Morrissey, yeah, he's our guy. Lordy, Lowry, Markside Lee, Connor, Killers in the MVP.
Sounds like an SNL skit.
I hope they never win another game. I hope they get swept by Dallas, and I hope they go 0 in all their games next year.
Makes you wonder what Canadian radio's like.
I was pulling for Winnipeg up until I heard this song.
Their music will improve when they're the 51st state. I'm just saying.
The Rob Brown Show final hour starts now. Texture said, Dewey, Texas Show said, not to toot my own horn, but I told Cole and Diesel on Wire to Wire a year ago that pulmonary was going to suck. They told me I was on crack. Listen, there were really two groups of people when this hire got made. Group of people, including me, that went, guys, he couldn't do it at LSU. If he couldn't do it at LSU, I'm not optimistic that he can do it here.
By the way, I'm no yes man here, in case you didn't know, but I do recall you saying that quite a bit. Yes.
Yeah. If he could, how did you? You know what? You know what the frustrating part is? It's not that you made the hire. It is frustrating, but it's not just that the hire got made. What is frustrating is, and maybe it's just me. Maybe again, I'm an outside voice. Okay, married a Gamecock gal, but I'm an outside voice. I don't have a dog in the fight. What is frustrating to me is that it felt like, and I called it this at the time, this isn't like a new take. This is what I said when the hiring got made. It felt to me like another Muschamp hire. It felt to me like the lesson wasn't learned the first time. Like maybe if a dude comes from a place that respectfully has it better than you have it, and he couldn't do it there, in what world do I believe he can do it here? You know what I mean? Like, if there's a dude in radio that is unsuccessful in Albuquerque, New Mexico, I'm not putting him on the air in New York City. Capiche? Like, I'm not. It's different. It's what? Actually, I should say it the other way around. No, I shouldn't. That makes sense.
I don't know. I think radio's a little bit different as far as that goes, because I've seen people get fired other places and come to another place and be extremely successful. Other professionals.
It's not about moving place to place. It's about moving resources to resources, right? It's not about moving from city to city. That might be a bad example for that reason. I'll accept that. It's not about moving from place to place. It's about moving resources to resources. If you can't do it at a place that goes all the bleep in on doing a thing, they give you everything you need to survive to do that thing, then why would I believe that you're going to go somewhere where, and again, I'm not saying South Carolina doesn't go all in on their baseball program. What I'm saying is all in for the baseball program at South Carolina is less than all in for the baseball program in Baton Rouge. I don't say that as an insult. That's just reality.
All right, and I completely disagree with you there because baseball in South Carolina has a history of being successful, has a history of winning the whole thing, and when you are used to winning, you expect that to happen. And
not expectations, resources. There's a difference. Resources.
I disagree. In this case,
how many times have you been to Baton Rouge? Because I've been there about 100.
In this case, you can talk about all the resources, but you put a bad coach somewhere, they're just a bad coach.
He won a national championship at LSU. He's not a bad coach.
How long ago was this?
A handful of years, like a while, but not. I mean, in this century.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You don't seem certain.
I just don't remember exactly. I just don't remember exactly what year it was. The last one was 2000. I don't remember what year it was. I'll have to go look it back up. But Pulmonary has had success there. Again, like there's not a lot of times that I'm going to look at. His last College World Series was 2009. So again, a while ago, but within this century. He won the SEC in 2017. Won the SEC tournament in 2017. 4 Big East titles and 5 Big East tournament titles.
So I'm trying to get through the snot here and try to grasp exactly what you're saying. So you're saying they're not winning because the facilities aren't good enough?
No.
When you say resources, are you talking about the quality of player?
I'm talking about the quality of player. I'm talking about the amount of money. I'm talking about, let me rephrase that. Yes, to some degree, the facilities. I have been to Alex Box Stadium in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I grew up in a family full of LSU Tiger fans. I didn't go there. I grew up in Florida. I did not go to LSU. But all my family did. So as a kid, I was at LSU for many a baseball game. Alex Box Stadium is updated just about every year. That baseball stadium, and I mean this, and to show you that I mean no ill will, that baseball stadium is probably the nicest college baseball stadium in America. The most up-to-date, state-of-the-art every year. LSU treats their baseball program damn near the way they treat their football program. It is just they are all in on baseball. And so the discussion point for me is if LSU treats their baseball program like their football program, we are going to make sure that you have the most up-to-date, state-of-the-art everything. We're going to make sure you have every resource. We're going to pump as much money into that baseball program as anybody else in the country. We are going to make sure that you are a crown jewel of this school. And they just have more to do it with. And Pulmonary was effectively, respectfully allowed to walk away from LSU. If he can't do it there, he can't do it here. Let me see if I can put that into a way that's a little bit more upfront for those of you that maybe aren't college baseball fans or as big. So you and I both have, I assume, similar feelings about the University of Florida, correct? I don't think that's off the grid.
Yeah, mine are more newer feelings, but yeah, we have about the same.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Okay? That being said, even as not a fan, we also acknowledge that the University of Florida when it comes to their football program, have one of the best in terms of providing resources, having money flowing in, fan bases. Ben Hill Griffin is sold out, and it's one of the nicest stadiums in America. Florida is annually voted one of the top 5 or 6 football programs in America every year. Don't have to like them. Do have to acknowledge what that program is. It's exceptional. When Will Muschamp failed at the University of Florida and he got hired to come to Columbia, I was on the air in Florida. And I remember very well Florida fans calling my show at the time and saying, I feel bad for South Carolina right now. I feel bad for him because their leadership has looked at this guy who failed here in Gainesville, Florida. Well, I was in Gainesville, I was in Destin, but failed down there in Gainesville, Florida. We have more money, we have more resources, we have access to better players. Florida is annually one of the Florida, Texas, California, 3 best states in terms of high school football recruits, have been for decades. They said, I feel bad for this school that has leadership that looked at what Will Muschamp did in Gainesville, Florida, at a school that has more and better resources, at a school that has access to better players, at a school that has every advantage over the University of South Carolina. And he failed here. And they looked at this same guy and said, he'll figure it out in Columbia. It's not going to happen. Palmineri won a College World Series in 2009. Was good at LSU. Again, was very good at LSU. Won the SEC after that College World Series. Won the SEC 3 more times, 2012, 15, and 17. Won the SEC tournament 1, 2, 3, 4 more times. 2010, 13, 14, and 17. But had not won anything since 2017. So 5 years, effectively, he went without bringing any banners to LSU. LSU said, not good enough. You got to go. Time to move on. They allowed Maneri to say, oh, you know what? I think I've had enough here. I think I've had enough. I think it's probably time for me to step away. I think that's going to be it for me. Left after the conclusion of the 2021 season. Was out of the game for a few years. So not just at a school that cares about their baseball program second to only the football program. Could not win anything in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21. 5 years. At LSU. LSU said, we're gonna let you step away from this. And then 3.5 years later, he'd been out of the game. Already couldn't do it in up through 2021. 3.5 years later, after not being able to do it at a school that just has more resources, you decide to bring him out of retirement to run your program.
So if this is football or basketball, you can go, oh, I know this coach over here, this coach over here, this coach over here. This is baseball. So they went for the veteran coach that's won a championship before. Should they go for a young up-and-comer instead?
God, yes. Yes. And I'm going to go one step further. And this is where I had this conversation.
Smack me with your words.
I say it lovingly. Yes, the answer is yes. And here's another reason why. I had this conversation with Cody Decker a couple of weeks ago. Not about South Carolina. We were talking about something else. We were talking about the bigs. But we had a similar conversation. Not only are you living in a world now where every athlete on that roster was born well after the turn of the millennium. Okay? These kids weren't alive when Justin Timberlake was in NSYNC. That's how young they are. Not only are they living in a different world than forget 63-year-old Paul Maneri lived in, they're living in a different world than 40-year-old Rob Brown lived in. It's just it's a different world. But on top of that, baseball has a very unique standalone culture in the world of sports. It has, much like hockey, it has its own vernacular, its own language, its own culture, its own customs, its own set of behaviors. And Decker made this point, not me. This wasn't my take. This was Cody Decker's. He said baseball, maybe more than any sport outside of hockey, has kind of a gatekeeper mentality. You're either one of us or you're not. And if you're not one of us, to get into the club is not easy to do. It is not easy to be a not baseball person and to make your way into the baseball world. Because there's A, so much you have to learn, and B, you ever hung out with your friend and then you end up hanging out with like their other circle of friends that are from a different element of their life?
Yeah,
it's a weird crossover, right?
Very awkward, yes.
I can give you an example in my life. I give you a perfect example in my life. You have on this hand the suave, cool sports guy, Rob Brown. I'm big into sports. 2 nights ago, I had 5 TVs going in one room, all on sports. And then there's this other Rob Brown that Lonzo knows. Some of you guys out there know, but a lot of you don't. There's this other Rob Brown that every 3 or 4 weekends will put on a cloak and play Dungeons and Dragons with his friends online and be a total dork, right? When my meathead sports friends interact with my dork-ass Dungeons and Dragons friends, they speak different languages. They come from different worlds. If I had to build a team to achieve any goal, to bring my meathead friends and my Dungeons and Dragons friends together and successfully communicate between those two worlds, would be very difficult for me to do because they just don't have any common foundation, right? There are very few crossover dudes like me that can sit here and talk about the intricacies of the Tampa 2 defense and then also turn around and go, I would like to cast a mage hand. You know what I mean? Like it's different worlds. It's just different worlds. Some of us can live in both worlds. Zoe and I live in both worlds. But most people are in one world or the other. And the crossover's not there. That's kind of how I feel right now. It feels to me like I've got Pulmonary who lives in the old baseball world, and then a bunch of 17-year-old kids who were born in the year 2008 that they just live in different worlds. It's a different crossover world. And to get that on the same page, there may be a couple of guys that like maybe young cats on the team that grew up and their dad's an old hat baseball fan, and so they grew up around the old way of baseball. But it's just like it's this unique culture amongst the cheering that I don't think a guy like Pulmonary gets. I think Nick Saban left football because of that. Blame it on NIL, blame it on the portal, whatever. That is part of this new world that these college kids are coming into. And I think Nick Saban said, whether I can or can't, I don't effing want to. I don't want to do it. It's a lot. It's a lot of work. You got to learn a whole new language. And I don't want to do that. And I understand that. So the point being here, to answer your question, the answer is yes. I want a 32-year-old head coach who's got some experience. Maybe he came up through the Sun Belt, Fun Belt. Maybe he come out through the Mountain West. Maybe he was in the Horizon League. But he's got some experience. But also, he was born in the 90s. Right? Like he was born in the late 90s. He's a little more in tune with the youngsters, with the children. He can talk to these kids and be like, hey, no cap, I need you to leg out the run to first. You know what I mean? Like I need that guy that can communicate that way.
Are you sure they still say that?
Absolutely not. That's why I'm not putting in for the head coaching job.
Okay?
Because I'm going to keep it a buck with you. I don't know that I could step into a locker room full of 17-year-olds and successfully communicate. Now, maybe if I could, because I ain't old. I ain't young, but I ain't old. Maybe if I've been in baseball this whole time, it's like, okay, for instance, I've been around the kids enough to know that whether it's still cool or not, I know what the expression no cap means, right? Like I can utilize it correctly, even if it's dated. At least I know it. At least I know where they're coming from. I know what the TikTok trends are right now. When I walk into my locker room and I see a kid in front of his locker doing dances, I'll be like, oh, you're trying to trend. I get it. I understand it.
You look like you were like doing the Carlton or something.
I don't know what the dance is. I just know when I see it, right? I can't do it.
Waxing on and waxing off. I don't know.
Yeah, if you're making wax on, wax off references, you're probably not winning over the 17-year-olds in the locker room, is what I'm saying. But if you drop in there and you do a Mr. Luba Luba, a little bit, like that's trending. I get it. I don't know what the guy's saying in the song. I just know that's how it sounds. All right? That's the point. Yes, I want a young cat. I want a young cat who communicates. You know what I want? Eric Bakich at Clemson. That's what I want. Get an Eric Bakich. Get that guy. That young guy who gets it. Who is of the at least same millennium. Take a break. Back after this, the Rob Brown Show, the Fan Upstate.
Listen on your phone. Download the Odyssey app and search.
Yes, I do take siestas, Sean Brown, and it is scientifically proven that naps are good for your health.
I guess it depends on when, though. If you're napping during the show, probably not a good idea.
That is bad for my paycheck.
Yeah, or napping in the middle of a session, which I kind of when he was commenting, I don't know if he also plays Dungeons and Dragons.
Sean? No.
Yeah, I was, so as far as you know. So what do you think, repo or is that a smart car? Tell me that's a smart car. Please.
Oh, I saw the tow truck. I wanted to check out what was happening. No, that is not a smart car.
Just from this angle, it looks like a smart car. Hope it's not a repo. Hopefully it's someone needs repairs. That looks like a car that's usually there. Maybe that's why it's being towed. I don't know. Because you got it out of that first spot.
Yeah. Oh, it was parked over there? Oh, I guess it would have had to be for more.
Yeah. Some old lady got really mad she couldn't get by to get the chicken salad.
Dude, what are you doing to that car? Oh, God.
What?
He's like trying to center it, and the car's like sliding across the truck bed. Like he didn't line it up the first time, so we just dragged it sideways.
He's going to pull it up, and it's going to teeter.
Look.
Well, if it does teeter and crash, our cameras will catch it. So we can watch it over.
Well, I mean, he's got it lined up, but he literally dragged it sideways. There's a tow truck taking a car out of the parking lot, and he's I'll just say he's being aggressive with it.
He's getting yelled at by old ladies who want to get the chicken salad chick. That will test your patience. Good thing this didn't happen around lunchtime. You might get beat up.
Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt's not a spell. Shocking hands is a spell.
So there, James.
Yeah.
You.
Also, it's my favorite spell to use on Baldur's Gate right now.
Still magic missile. I just load. Anyone's got magic missile. You don't really run out, and you get stronger with certain things. It always hits. And it can go around corners.
I like it because it is. It's dumb. Once you cast it on somebody, it links you to them, and every round it does bonus damage to them. Every round that you attack them, it hits them with an extra 1d4 bonus. But the animation in the game is hilarious because they go.
That's what most people do when they're electrocuted, you know?
Listen on your phone, download the Odyssey app and search the fan upstate.
There's a whole lot more to know about sound if you really want to go into the subject.
Your smart speaker. Just say play 97 The Fan Upstate on your HD radio at WFBC HD3. This is on your computer.
FanUpstate.com.
I just don't think he's good to beat.
I'm down in them Edgewood, like the fifth, impregnable, not them ferocious. I want your heart, I want to eat your children.
Welcome into the Fight Club, low key. And I gotta say, you know, the guys who I'm scared of the most who want to fight me are the guys who talk in this tone. I mean, you got your rage dude coming at you. He's going to be aggressive but stupid. You calm, low key guy, you know you're in for a battle of wits, not just fists. So, you know, look out for the low key guy. That guy you might want to talk to and walk away. The rage guy, you got that guy, you know, a knee, fireman's carry, whatever. He's coming in with an overhand that's just way too out of control. Low key guy, leave that guy alone. You know, there has been a thing. It's been a trend. It's been it's all over the place. It's, you know, 100 men versus a gorilla, and it will not die. And I just happened to see something right before the last break. Jon Jones has weighed in. You know, Jon Jones, undefeated UFC fighter, has weighed in. And I quote, 100 men definitely beats up a gorilla. Let me lead the pack. I'd like to be part of the first wave if we did that.
Okay, so the joke here is Jon Jones with a particular substance in hand. Sure, he might take the gorilla by himself. All right. However, I will say this because I need you to know I have flipped my opinion on this like 4 times in the last 2 days. On Wednesday, because you know me.
It's amazing how many people are still talking.
It's the best. Yeah. And I figured out why, by the way, and I'll tell you why here in a second. And then I want to get to the pro wrestling. Because I am, even when it's just a goofy, fun internet conversation, I can't turn my brain off. I went and I found multiple primatologists who weighed in on this.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Is it really a primatologist?
Yes. Primatologist is a person who studies monkeys and apes.
I'll take your word for it.
Primates, primatologists.
No, I get it.
So I went and found 2 primatologists, one of whom has a television show on, I think, History Channel, and one of whom is the head primatologist at Zoo Miami. And both of them said the same thing, which is gorillas are built for burst of strength, not stamina. So with 100 men, you would just keep going, because we are evolved for stamina. We evolved on the African plains knowing, okay, we can't beat up an elephant, but you know what we can do? We can chase it and chase it and chase it and chase it until it's too tired to fight back, then we kill it, right? So since we evolved for stamina hunting, not fighting, we would just chase the animal around. So their point was, you can overwhelm the gorilla, but just be prepared because like the first 20 dudes are getting their arms ripped off, right? Sure. First 20 dudes are dead, but eventually the gorilla would get tired and you could overwhelm him with numbers. So I've come around to that being the reality. Now, why is this conversation still going on the internet? I figured out why. Because, though, we live in a world right now on social media where we fight about everything. And a lot of people feel like a lot of these debates are genuinely life impacting to people, like life, and in some cases, life and death. And so if you feel like something is about the quality, integrity of the life of a person, you are going to be passionate to the point of rage to defend this. This is something that everybody's picked a side on, and at the end of the day, it's irrelevant. It's not real. It's not going to happen. So we can have an argument, and we can fight and get that off our chest, but once the argument is over, you don't look at them and go, oh, you think the 100 men will win? You're a bad person. But with a lot of the stuff we fight about on the internet, you finish an argument with somebody, and you're like, that's a bad person. I don't want to be around that person. I don't want to interact with that person. I don't want to talk to that person. This is just something dumb that we go, I think the gorilla would win. I think the men will win. All right, cool. Good talk. That was fun. We engaged. We fought. We debated. Now let's go get a beer. And I think that's why these conversations last as long as they do, because it's the one place we can fight on the internet without ending the conversation with, you're a fascist. Oh, well, you're a dumb liberal. Blah, blah, blah. Like, we can just go, I'm Team Gorilla. I'm Team 100 Guys. Cool, you're dumb. Let's go have a beer.
Well, in the end, I just want to point out I've been consistently Team 100 Guys, and it's more about the sheer number. I mean, you take it down to 75, I'm going to start changing my mind. You take it down to 20, no way. But 100, it's just sheer numbers.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing is, and I was watching, names are really a problem for me today because of medication and sickness. The guy who died with a stingray through his heart.
Steve
Irwin's son.
His son, who said, please don't fight gorillas.
Yeah, and he also said that gorillas are basically low-key. They keep to themselves and things like that. I also believe that a gorilla will be smart enough to go, that's 100 guys, I'm out. I mean, unless he had to fight his way out, I don't think he stays and fights the entire 100. I think he's trying to find his way out of there, and he runs.
Both of the climatologists said the same thing, which is as long as you don't attack a gorilla, like if you come across a gorilla in the wild, 95% chance it's just leaving you alone. It's going to be like, that thing's not a threat. I'm moving on. Please don't fight gorillas. There's a comedian by the name of Josh Johnson, who's a very funny young guy, good storytelling comedian. I think he's on The Daily Show as a correspondent now. Real funny dude. And he made the point of, we all keep saying 100 men versus a gorilla. He goes, but I think we have to establish context. He goes like, if it's 100 dudes versus a gorilla and it's just in an open field, 100 dudes are winning. But like, if you threw a gorilla into a Macy's and just said, go, like that gorilla's killing everybody. And I think that's a fair point.
Well, whatever.
I'm not holding it against you.
Go ahead.
You get a buy this week.
What I was going to say, no buys. I lost. And I still got
even if I was here 5 days and you were here one.
I still got a half hour. The Macy's thing doesn't make sense though, because you're not going to get 100 people in an area. Have you been in the Macy's? Maybe you could get 100 on the first floor of a Macy's. I don't know. But what you do is you gave the gorilla a bunch of weapons if you're in a Macy's. All right, WWE Backlash 2025 is tomorrow. PLE starts at 7:00. Let us start with the first match, which is not a title match, but someone's going to be hurting. Gunther, friend of the show, versus Pat McAfee.
Buddy of the show, Gunther. Listen. I like Matt. I'm going to say that, Pat. I'm going to say this, and I mean this. Pat McAfee's promos the last 2 weeks have been better than any other wrestler has done on a mic in months. I'm including Seth Rollins, who I love. He is cutting better promos than anybody. That being said, if Gunther loses this match, he is neutered as a character. He is done as a character. Even with the Rob Brown Show bump of Buddy of the show, he cannot lose this match.
This is a no contest match. I mean, there's not going to be a winner. The only way Gunther loses is if suddenly the rules are changed and it's a no DQ and other people can jump in. This is just going to be probably a beat down on Pat McAfee till someone comes to save him, and that's where the real thing's going to be. And the rumor is that it's going to be Goldberg. And I know you don't like that, but that's what I've been reading, that Goldberg wants his retirement match. They've talked about it, and who he wants to go against is Gunther.
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. WWE International Champion, Intercontinental Championship match. Dominic Mysterio, present champion, versus Penta.
I want to say, first and foremost,
it was a good run, Dom.
It was. No. Dom's retaining.
So?
No, Dom's retaining.
I hope he does.
Dom's retaining.
I also think a certain faction might be turning tweener.
I don't know about that. I think there's a lot. AJ Styles showing up to talk to Finn the other day was very interesting.
Showed up to talk to the Prince.
Okay, fair enough. Showing up to talk to that guy, whichever entity of that guy we're going to get.
Prince is that.
Yeah. I don't know is the answer. What I do know right now is, regardless of storyline, Dominic Mysterio is dominating the world right now. This dude is all over social media. He's showing up on podcasts. He's showing up on TV shows. This guy's on a rocket ship right now. You cannot take the belt off of him. I love Penta. I think there is going to be some sort of
it has to be. He can't beat him straight up because it hurts Penta and all the build up bringing him in, and it was worth it because Penta is that good.
Here's the thing though, and this is why I also think Mysterio retains. Even if you start turning Judgment Day, you cannot make Dom anything close to a face right now. He just has to be the chicken tender bleep heel that he has been this whole run.
No. You do what you've been doing. You turn him into Eddie Guerrero. I mean,
correct. Who was a natural heel who could do face things.
And everyone loved him.
I agree.
He's not a true. I hate that guy.
I'm not saying you got to make him a hate that guy. I think you can make him a heel that it's cool to enjoy. I think that's what you can do with this cat. But I think you got to keep the strap on him. Dominic wins.
All right, WWE United States Championship fatal 4-way match. Jacob Fatu. I can't do it. Don't hurt yourself. Versus LA Knight versus Drew McIntyre versus Damian Priest. I sent you a video of Damian Priest at Topgolf.
Yeah. Next time, buddy of the show, Damian Priest comes by, I'm going to have to take him out to the driving range a little bit.
It didn't look that bad.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
It was better than like a Chuck Barkley. Or something.
That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair.
I'm going to go Jacob Fatu retained.
So am I. Another dude that right now just has a rocket ship strapped to him. And honestly, I think
gotta get me one of them shirts. It's
a good shirt.
I don't go home and order one.
It's a good shirt. I think he retains, and I think he retains because you're like you can do any combination of McIntyre Knight Priest for another rivalry and have the other guy go chase Jacob Fatu for a while. I don't think this is going anywhere, but Fatu's going to win this thing.
All right, Kane on the stream thinks El Grande Americano will interfere with the Penta and Dom match. And
I got to tell you, I don't know how I feel about another classically trained, legendary, and historic luchador with the history and tradition of El Grande Americano getting involved here. I think as a man who has years of luchador training experience and celebration of the history of that brand of wrestling, I think he has more respect. Now, that Chad Gable guy, I could see being a problem somewhere. But El Grande, I think he's got respect for the luchador tradition to stay out of the way. Yes, correct.
All right, WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship match, Lyra Valkyria versus Becky Lynch. This is a go-to-your-bathroom match for me, but and I don't know. I really don't. I'm going to say Lyra retains.
Oh!
That's not even close.
Becky Lynch is taking her belt here.
I hope Bayley.
The man. That's my concern.
Yes.
That's my concern. Yes. My concern is Bayley throws herself into the midst of this. However, this is a good opportunity for face turn for Bayley to bring back the hug life and the wacky wavy flailing inflatable arm tunes.
She's been working her way towards
She has been.
So, yeah.
It's also a good opportunity for her to potentially join up with Becky and maybe do a return to the horsewomen thing. I don't know whether this one is the answer. I'm least confident about it, but I don't think, even though you gave her the tag team title for a night, I don't think you have Becky Lynch come back and not do something to put her back. Because if Lyra wins this thing, where do you take her after that?
It's not about Lyra though. It's about Becky and
it's about Becky and Bayley. I don't disagree, but I think you've got to create something for Lyra Valkyria to do, because she's only started talking like the last 2 weeks. And frankly, I of all the women that have come up from NXT recently, like I think people were excited to see her up top. And to be honest with you, like she's technically sound, but she's kind of boring, to be honest.
I've always thought she was boring. All right, and finally, also undisputed WWE Championship match, John Cena versus Randy Orton. I mean, I know what I want to happen. I want Randy Orton to win this match. I really do, but I don't think it's going to happen. And I think it's going to be because it better not be a certain rapper coming out. But I think it's going to be because of alignment from somebody else coming in to help Cena. But we'll see.
Yeah, I listen.
Or Cena just straight up cheats, which is fine. He's the heel. That's what he should do.
That was my take with freaking WrestleMania. Like, don't send if it's not big enough for The Rock to come out, or if it's too big for The Rock to come out. Either way, it's either not big enough or too big to send out Travis Scott, who, by the way, apparently is going to get a match at some point.
He's training. I think perfect thing would be Travis Scott comes out and then Braun Breaker spears him like he says he wants to, and then Seth Rollins and those guys help Cena win.
See, I almost kind of feel the same way there that I feel about Dwayne and all that. Okay, but cool. Where are you taking is because Cena's not joining the Heyman stable.
I know.
So what? Like, how does that work out?
Favors. It's all about favors.
We'll see. Cena wins. It doesn't matter how.
All right. One last thing. A bunch of wrestlers were let go from the WWE, including Dakota Kai, which is kind of sad. A bunch of the other ones, kind of, I understand. I like Gigi Dolan. I'm sorry to see her go. Braun Strowman, I just saw there was an interview with Triple H, and he said Braun Strowman has 25% paralyzed in one of his legs, and that he's going to bring him back for other stories and stuff, that he just could not wrestle full-time under the amount of money he was making.
Yeah, no, I've seen that too. And I think you can even go back and look at the last couple of matches. Like, for a hot minute there, Braun doing the run around the ring and then destroy you dude was one of the, in the last couple of months, like, it just kind of got to the point where it was like, it just wasn't the same thing. And I get it. I think you can utilize him every now and then as guy who shows up, comes in, is the monster, the absolute Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then somebody beats him to go over, whatever. I think you use him as gatekeeper, but that's it. Texter said, Rob Brown, you saying that cat shows your age. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Texter said, sources tell Pablo Torre that Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, is now banned from UNC's football facility. One Belichick family source adds, there is a deep worry for how detrimental Jordan can be, not just for North Carolina, but Bill's legacy and reputation. That's from Jeff.
By the way, I saw that, but I only saw one source. It's one of those things where, need multiple sources before I believe that. She got banned, not that she's detrimental.
Yeah, no,
could be.
The source for that was, I saw that interview, bro, and I saw the social media reaction to it, bro. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it was. Bill's legacy suffers even if it's from a hit piece. I also don't think it was.
His legacy as a cheater.
As a 7-time Super Bowl champion. That's a legacy.
With an asterisk.
A what?
An asterisk. I got it the second time.
Final segment next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
97.7 FM Green, 97.1 FM Spartanburg. Upstate.
I'm Chuck Sanders here for Sports Flash presented.
Medicine's making me a little muddy. I never can pronounce that word. Medicine's making me a little.
It's not an easy one.
7 teams are all in the mix with 17-9 North Carolina.
At least now we don't need that on the Thunderbolts movie, since now they've decided to rip that off. And have you seen the thing where Bucky's going around and replacing the posters?
I'm actually good with it. I think that was a really creative marketing strategy. I wish they would have waited another week. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that was going to be the reality anyway.
Well, most people, for a movie like this, a lot of people go see it in the first week.
No, for sure.
And if not, you get spoiled.
But you did it Monday after a Thursday opener, or Sunday night after a Thursday.
No, I think it was a little bit more middle of the week, but I could be wrong. My whole thing
my whole thing. No, it was either Monday or Tuesday. It may have been Tuesday. Either way, I think you should have waited a couple more days. Also, though, I guess it's 2025. You can't go more than 10 hours without spoilers.
Right.
The state's premier hobby shop has been bringing the best in comics, manga, and gaming to the region for 3 decades. Come see us at our amazing location at 410 South Pleasantburg. Live the Borderlands experience for yourself. We've gone to a whole new level. Find us on Facebook and Instagram. Proud sponsors of the Upstate Pulse. Borderlands comics and games. Read, build, play.
I hope they find out something to do with the Wild Six, though, because I really loved how that looked at first.
That always comes in clutch
Or
every day
all
from
the time.
lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
I've always been a Joe Gacy fan, so I want to see him and Dexter Loomis up there again. It's a good thing I'm fading now with 15 minutes left in the show.
Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, I got to take us down for 30 seconds, guys. Don't go anywhere.
For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment.
Wrapping up the day and the week here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the great Malonzo, and you on a Friday. Got to get down on Friday. So I am trying to find some more sources because we've had a couple of folks that have texted the show saying that Jordan Hudson, Bill Belichick's 24-year-old girlfriend, has been banned from the North Carolina football facility. There's a bunch of stories that are starting to come out about this. TMZ is reporting that Bill Belichick's CBS interview was worse than what aired. They had to cut 30 minutes from it, including a segment in which Jordan Hudson stormed out in the middle of it and expected Bill to follow her. There are also some other stories. A texter just said the New York Post and Yahoo Sports have also reported.
Daily Mail, Bleacher Report, awful announcing.
Yeah,
it's got to be true.
Yeah, this is a lot of smoke for there to be no fire.
But they're all saying reportedly.
Yeah,
no one that I see has said confirmed.
Yahoo Sports has a tweet up from 41 minutes ago that says, breaking, Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, is reportedly banned from USC's football facility per Pablo Torre, one Belichick family. So basically just went with the same thing. So
it's one of those, one person reported it and everyone else is jumping on.
Yeah, but this is to me, this is kind of one of those things where it's like, I agree with you. I am a multiple sources guy, right? If you see a headline, especially one that is rage-inducing, go find another source. Go find another headline. Go find someone else reputable and respectable that is reporting the same thing before you confirm it. I will say this.
Well, saying reportedly is just a way to be able to say everyone else is saying this.
Well, no.
Without an official statement from North Carolina.
Reportedly means it is being reported.
Right.
That could mean by 50 people or by a dude with a computer. The word
it's
reportedly.
Being reported that Rob Brown is awesome. I just reported that. It may or may not be true, but I, as a person on the radio, just reported that Rob Brown is awesome. You need multiple sources.
I don't disagree, but I would also point out this is one of those times language matters, right? Words matter.
Absolutely.
Reportedly usually comes from a reporter, not a dude with a mic who issues opinions for a living. I come in here on the day-to-day for 4 hours. I act as an analyst and a talking head, not a reporter. But if you send me...
Pablo Torre is a...
No.
I thought he was a guy on the...
Pablo Torre, like me, serves in the role of analyst and talking head, but can occasionally do reporting.
That's a lot of butts.
So, for instance, I like big butts. I cannot lie. Like me, for instance.
I expected honesty when it came to big butts.
In a couple of weeks, Rob Brown will be going up to ACC Media Days in Charlotte, North Carolina again. And by the way, we're working on it. There's a chance I may be going to SEC Media Days in Atlanta as well this year. And so if I go to those events, I will be going as a talking head and analyst. However, as I speak to players and coaches and athletic directors and TV personalities, et cetera, I will also be in a capacity to serve as a reporter. If I'm talking to Shane Beamer and Shane says on my show, well, we got this thing that just happened, and I'm the first person he tells that to, then I can report that information. But all of that aside, regardless of the capacity he was working in, this is if Pablo Torre is wrong about this, this is, or at least it should be, a career-breaking moment to report something of this magnitude, that the head coach of a major Division I football program at a major Division I college institution has had his significant other barred, banished, banned from the locker room, from the facility. That's a major thing to say about a guy like a Bill Belichick or coach of any high-level institution. That if it turns out that's untrue, that's something that loses Pablo Torre a lot of his standing.
Because he was misquoted or his sources were incorrect. I mean, there are ways around that.
Again, I understand and appreciate you looking for the reporters are bad or journalists are bad angle of this.
I'm not. I'm telling you that's how when those things happen, and I'm sure sources do lie, that's the answer.
He could absolutely say, my source was wrong. My source lied to me, whatever. That's fine. Here's the thing. You as a reporter are still only as good as the story that you break.
Agreed.
Even if it comes from if a source is bad and lie, it's still on you as a reporter for running with it before you
By the
confirm.
way, this is the first time I've ever heard of him as a reporter. But,
Oh, he used to serve in that role for ESPN all the time. That's how we got to start.
Just saw him on a bunch of the talk shows.
Oh, he was on Around the Horn and PTI and all these shows too. But he started as a beat reporter who worked his way into that role. Now, all that aside, I just want to say this before we.
Dan guy.
I want to say all of this before we get to the to with the X. Again, the story is not about Jordan Hudson. The story is not about her gender or her age or her whatever. It's not where her background, how she met. It's not about any of that. It is about the fact that you hired Bill Belichick to come in and rule your program with an iron fist like he did his football program because college football is turning into the NFL. You brought him in to run your program like an NFL team. And even if it's untrue, the at-large image nationally is that Jordan Hudson's running this program right now. And that is not something you pay Bill Belichick $50 gazillion to allow to happen, even if it is just public perception.
Not my perception, by the way. All right, the first thing it's Xing is the Pope.
So there is a new Pope, and the new Pope is from Chicago, Illinois. What I can't wait for is for the Pope to get up there and be like, hey, in the name of the Father and the Son and Mike Ditka, now let's all say, prayers, prayers.
There's already stuff up like that.
Dude,
with video,
come on!
With video and a lot of other things. There's a video of him coming out to the Chicago Bulls thing.
I did see that. That's amazing. They said a Pope from Chicago needs an introduction, and they played the old Bulls hype up video. Serious. Oh, dude, it was so funny.
All right. Here's the other reason why he's trending. Apparently, he's a gamer. So while he's waiting to find out the announcement, he watched Conclave. This is according to his brother, which is about popes.
Yep.
And played words with friends.
Yeah, he's a Wordle guy, and I feel good about that because I play Wordle every day. My wife and I both play. The New York Times has like 4 word games up: Connection, Strands, Wordle, and I forget the other one. But every day we both play, and we say, well, there's a mini crossword puzzle. It's only like 10 clues. Every day we compete with each other to see who can beat each other in the word games. Big Wordle guy over here, and apparently so's the Pope.
All right, the next thing that is Xing is Tony Khan.
Oh, okay. I saw this one too. Tony Khan is Xing because one, I forget who it was. One of the guys. Jadaveon Evans from NXT.
He's bouncy.
Got into it on Twitter with Ricochet, which is a terrible idea because Ricochet's a cornball. Okay, I say that lovingly. He's a cornball, but he took the bait from Ricochet. And he was like, oh, you just got mad because you moved to this other company to be a star, and instead you're getting underpaid by your crackhead owner, Tony Khan. Like, called him out by name. Yeah. I was like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and say when the next round of WWE releases is made, I know who's on top of the list.
Yeah, if you've watched him, he's very talented. He's not going anywhere.
There is a line that your talent cannot carry you past. And calling a guy like Tony Khan, who has armies of lawyers that are very well paid, calling him a crackhead. It'd be one thing if you were like, hey, why don't you go hang out and party in the office with your boss? Then you insinuated. You straight up called him a crackhead?
I think Tony Khan will laugh it off. But we'll see.
I'd like to think so.
Yeah, because it's all character.
But let's keep in mind that just about a year ago, some Hunter threw kind of a little bit of shade at AEW, and Tony Khan popped off on all of them. I will paint with the broadest of brushes. Billionaires have fragile egos. If you say anything, Elon Musk's entire political motivation right now is driven on his ego. All right, fine whatever he's doing. If you support him, great. If you hate him, you whatever. But his entire political ambition, in my opinion, is they have fragile egos. So to call a guy a crackhead, I would not be shocked to see Tony Khan find a way to fire back legally.
All right, I'm gonna let all that go because I cannot argue without coughing. All right, the next thing that's Xing, and probably the last thing that's Xing, is Steven Seagal.
Why is Steven Seagal Xing?
All right, so I can't confirm if it's him or not, but there was a Russian parade, and there's like video and pictures of him watching the parade, and it may be just a Russian dude that looks like Steven Seagal, but if I recall, I think he actually moved to Russia.
Steven Seagal, who has not made a good movie since 1982.
Is he still making movies? I don't think he is.
Have you seen Steven Seagal lately? Now, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this because I'm allowed to, because I'm one of them. Steven Seagal's fat.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of fat guys back in the day who could still do martial arts.
And my favorite thing, if you haven't seen the videos, is Steven Seagal does these martial arts demos now, and he gets guys to line up, Zoe, and they'll come at him like real slow, and then he'll stand there and he'll do like this, and he'll like touch the side of their head, and they will go flying across the room like they are in a hurricane. He'll be like, and they would shoot. He's like, I'm gonna give myself trouble. The televangelists.
I knew what you were gonna do. Yeah.
That like touch a dude on the head, and they're like the power, and then that guy goes flying across the auditorium or whatever. That's Steven Seagal's martial arts career in 2025. It is beyond hilarious. It's a comedy at this point, and I believe that he got so frustrated with being mocked in America that he moved to Russia because he's like celebrated as an icon there. Like that, because Russia is still watching movies from the 80s. He
was an icon here for a while.
He absolutely was. And then he lost
I love the one on the
gosh
boat,
darn mind.
on the boat, I think.
Not Under Siege.
No, I think it was Under Siege.
Was it Under Siege?
Yeah, I think it was Under Siege.
For the record, I used to love Steven Seagal movies. Yes. Yes. I used to adore Steven Seagal movies. I still have them on DVD. Love what was not understand. What was the other one? The other real big one. Damn, now I'm forgetting the name. I have them. Steven, buddy, put down the donut. Take yourself seriously for 10 minutes. We'll take you back if you just stop. Kane, I want you to know I can't read that on the air, but I absolutely love that term. Thanks for being here. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you didn't, you got bad taste in radio. Come back on Monday. We'll try it all over again. Okay? That's Lonzo. I'm Rob. You're all amazing people. Have a great rest of your day. This was the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Later.
What? No sound?
I haven't had sound all day. Because I have a new laptop.
I was going to say, yeah, we did do audio blitz. I do recall there being sound.
Because I could take the sound off of the audio folder that I have for the blitz and drop it into Cool Edit and have it play. But I don't have access to my board because on the new laptop, Chris installed it. But then I opened it and it was like, I have to log in. And I'm like, I've never logged into this.
Yeah, because you left before he could fix it. I do recall that. But
no, this was while you were gone. He did this on Tuesday.
I'm looking for you Friday, I think it was, last week.
Yeah.
He's like, I haven't done anything to it yet.
Yeah, well, that's why I kept my old computer through the weekend, but I brought it back on Monday, and then he hasn't changed it over. Hey, you don't want to hear all this, so I'll just say thanks for being here. You're amazing people. Thank you. You're the best. Tell your friends about us. We're trying to get rich and famous and retire.
I don't know what that means, Steven. I want to. I mean, I know. I just want to stay alive.
No, that's that's a Steven Seagal did a movie with DMX called Great on the Grave.
Okay, I was thinking. I'm being very.
That was not the one I was thinking of, Steven, but that is an excellent suggestion. An excellent suggestion.
He also did one with what? Damon Wayans, didn't he?
Yes. Let's see. Steven Seagal movies. Steven Frederick Seagal. He used to be the coolest dude, and now he looks like a caricature of. He looks like a caricature of a Steven Seagal impersonator. Let's see. I'm looking for his filmography. What have I seen here? Marked for Death, Out for Justice, Under Siege, Deadly Ground. He was in The Patriot, or is it like a different?
I think it's a different one.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Exit Wounds, I've seen.
Yeah, he was one of those guys. Hey, a new Seagal.
This dude was
movie,
cranking
let's
out
go watch
legitimately
it.
like 3 to 5 movies a year for like a decade and a half. Urban Justice, I've seen. I think have I seen Kill Switch? I think I've seen Kill Switch. Yep, seen Kill Switch. I used to love Steven Seagal movies. In 2010, he starred in a movie called Sheep Impact.
You say sheep?
Sheep.
Like
Sheep Impact.
Okay.
Okay, I opened the Wikipedia page. In 2010, Australian short film starring Steven Seagal and Martin Copping that was made as an advertisement for Carlton and United Breweries. It was shot in Arizona and written and directed by Brandon Gibbons. It was bought out after 2 promotional commercials, Snake and Sausage, were released in Australian television in 2011, calling on Australians to submit their wildest true story to be made into a film with Steven Seagal starring as you and playing the lead character. I'm going to go find Sheep Impact. When's the last movie he made? 2019's Beyond the Law. An American crime film directed by James Cullen, starring Steven Seagal, Johnny Messner, DMX, and Bill Cobbs. So apparently him and DMX did multiple movies together. Incredible. Incredible. All right, dudes, that's it for us. I got to go do stuff. Thanks for being here. You're all amazing people. Again, tell your friends about us. We're trying to get rich and famous. You're amazing. You're awesome. I love you guys. Goodbye.
Listen on the Odyssey app. Search the Fan